Alright, here we go. I'm casting some League of Empires today. It's basically a league with different divisions where teams compete in the 3v3 format. So I think in each division is like 8 or 9 teams or so, and everyone plays each other 2 times. So one home map pick for each team. This is the case of Russia F versus what was it again? CDL. And they're discussing whether the map is bugged or not. And see if something happened here. Good game is lagging behind one villager here. Could that be the reason maybe for a potential or maybe they wanted a restart to make sure the deer spawn inside. Not too sure about this. Just a little moment to adjust sound levels a little bit here. Hope people will let me know if this is too loud. Anyway, let's talk a little bit about the civs here before the game gets starting for real here. We have for CDL, we have Shad playing as the pocket with Teutons. Teutons slow but strong civ in the late game. You have arguably the strongest paladins in the game, although they are lacking husbandry, so they're not so quick. And also they have a bonus which grants the Teuton's armor or Teuton's siege more armor. That could play in on a semi-closed map like Hideout, where you have potential choke points on the sides. And on this flank we have Dape here as the Britons. Pretty common sim for Hideout, I think. Britons have amazing archers, and as we know, walls don't necessarily counter archers play. So towards the other flank here, luckily for Oladeshek, he doesn't have any resources within archer range here, so he should be okay against any feudal aggression here. But anyway, Britain's strong archer civ on the left-hand flank. On the other flank for CDL, we have Spanish for Gluttony. Pretty common play with Spanish is, of course, trying to get to the castle and get to Conquistadors, which have a really nice power spike early Castle Age, one of the more stronger unique units in the early Castle Age. However, in Definitive Edition, which this game is played on, skirmishers counter Conquistadors, because Conquistadors are considered cavalry archers, so it's actually a lot easier to defend against Conquistadors play now than earlier. Then again, in the late game, Spanish still have great cavalry. The only thing they're really lacking is the archer's line, which stops at the archer. They don't even get crossbow, so that's not the play here. But Conquistadors for map control, maybe some early scouts to cover relics, I don't know, could be something. Now let's have a look at the Russian team here. We have Pocket, believe me, as Khmer here. Very strong pick, so I think they're picking a strong pocket here to challenge a strong opposing team here. Khmer don't need any minlings to go up, so they can go up through the HS more quickly, which is especially useful on a close map like this, where you don't really need to worry about early aggression in the same way. You could always get hit by men-at-arms and towers and these kinds of things, or archers, but being in the pocket, that's very little likely that you're subject to feudal pressure. So Khmer should be able to secure a sub 15 minute cast age time here, and then get to whatever options they have in mind. They have a great siege in the Scorpions, which have a unique tech that have them firing 2 projectiles instead of 1, and they also have the battle elephants with a unique tech for their attack. So battle elephants is something you very often see in play with Khmer, especially together with Britons on the not Britons. Do we have an archer civ here? Mayans on the right hand flank here by Good Game. If you put together Khmer elite battle elephants and Mayan arbalasts or some such, then suddenly halberdiers aren't a threat anymore either, and you have a very, very deadly push, which is pretty crazy hard to stop. There's a bit of flaring going on there. A scouts fight on the right hand side. Good Game will need to back off here, since he's being hunted by both Gluttonies and Shed's scouts here. So he's going to run back for his base and save his Eagle Scout here. Eagle Scout, even losing HP, could also heal up inside the TC, so they should be fine here. Actually, Gluttony runs inside here into good game space. That could be annoying. You know, Mayans always get Loom at the start of the game, so he won't really be able to pick off any villagers here, but he will be able to gather valuable scouting intel inside, so maybe this actually is a reasonable sacrifice for Gluttony's scout here. Or maybe Gluttony just didn't pay attention. Hello, Oladeshek, nice to see you. So we've been talking about this game more than once, so I'm looking forward to seeing this game you label as a good game here. So as expected, the Khmer player is going up early here. It's going up at 23 pop already, but that could be sufficient still for a fast-ish castle for Khmer. Let's see, yeah, he's only missing the 20 gold now, so maybe one more villager, or just straight up. Yeah, that's a pretty impressive build on a closed map like this. It's going to be Castle Age almost before Gluttony, for example, can reach the Feudal Age here, so that's a pretty crazy uptime, even for Khmer. Looking forward to seeing what he will be doing with that. There's some scouts flaring going on there. He has to chase Gluttony scout here, but as said, with the Loom tech, it won't really be able to kill anything. Here comes Believe Me in to chase down Gluttony scout for good here. Oladeshek is up as well. He's dropping the blacksmith market, going for the fast castle, obviously here with Spanish. And also long distance hunting here. Let's see, he probably doesn't have Loom, so that seems pretty scary if any scouts go in that direction, but scouts have been busy on the other side there, so I guess the long distance hunting is fine in this instance. So we see Tape is also up to the Feudal Age here, the Britain's player. He has gone up at 26 pop, now drops the archery range. Is he doing ranged blacksmith? Is it still the fast castle though? Looks like it. And we see there a pocket, Teuton's pocket as well, now going up to the castle age, but very far behind Khmer in this sense. As we know, Khmer can go up real early. And let's see if Believe Me will be going for the boom here. I'm gonna find his resources. Is perfectly able to afford 2 TCs here, I believe, so I think he's going straight for the boom. 1 on the gold, 1 on the wood and stone here. That's really going to have the villager count spiking up here and building some crazy economy advantage here for the yellow player. Meanwhile, it's a double range for Date while he's going up here to the cast stage. He's going up at exactly the same time as Gluttony on the other flank as Spanish. So we have the Spanish on opposite flanks here. They are both up against strong archer civs. Mayans with the faster, no, not fast producing, cheaper ranges. And Britons, of course, with the superior range in the other flank here. So I'm curious to see how the archer flanks handle the potential of Conquistador's cattle drops here. Good game is forward here. Moonfaller! Wow! Thank you for the host, man. I appreciate it a lot. I'm just started casting here, and it'll be very nice to see many people tuning in here. As you can see from the title, I'm casting some League of Empires, a 3v3 tournament. I must see if there should be a command for League of Empires as well, just exclamation mark LOE, and you should see that. So thanks for So there's a castle drop from Good Game going on the right hand side here now. It's the Spanish player, curiously enough. The Spanish player is dropping a defensive castle, of course. He's Spanish, so let's have a look at how he's what the villagers in here. Doesn't look like Gluttony has any army just yet. He is probably going for the Conquistador's play, so he won't have any archer ranged units to stop this drop. So his castle is definitely going up. Alert not showing on screen. Oh, yeah. I don't think I can fix that right now, but thanks for notifying. And the alert sound, by the way, it's I've recorded it myself. I am mainly a freelance horn player, so I had some fun recording some sounds the other day. Yeah, so good game here. He sees the castle of the Spanish player going up. It's indeed going to be conquistadors for Gluttony here. And Gluttony simply did he just delete his gate here? Or did the castle not entirely sure. The second castle going up for the Mayans here. So this is a push that's going to be really hard to stop for Spanish. They don't have any great archers option themselves. Of course, there are conquistadors on the field here, but their range is limited to 6, whereas the plumed archers will have the same range once Bodkin Hero kicks in for good game here. And you really don't want 2 castles going up in your home base on hideout like this. But defensive tower going up, looks like the second castle here will not be completed anytime soon. But there is consistent army production from good game on this side. So for now, only 1 offensive castle up, and this defensive castle of Gluttony does restrict any further forwarding from good game here on this side. So thanks for the follows so far, people. I'm very happy to get a host from Moonfaller, who's also a great caster and streamer I've been watching sometimes. Always good fun. I'm gonna have a look at the other side here now with Akkal-AOE with his conquistadors out. This is up against Britain's crossbows here, so that's just not easy for the conquistadors to do it. It's 5+2 range for the Britons. For now, maybe he doesn't have the... I think it should be 5+3 once he has Bodkin Arrow in as well, because Britons get +1 in Castle Age and +1 in Imperial Age. Conquistadors are only 6, so they can't keep up with the range of the Britons. And some conversions on the other side, some monks added by a good game to the forward here. Perfect defense against small groups of conquistadors, of course. And it's desperate trying to get this castle up, but with 2 defensive towers firing away here, even without fletching, it's going to cost some villagers' lives and some serious micro-management to keep the villagers building here. You may even need to send more villagers forward to complete this castle. Unless he garrisons inside this other castle is able to do so, then he might be able to fix it in the end. But of course, this kind of action forwarding on this side and a little bit of annoyment on this side as well. Dape is simply stonewalling here, just doesn't want to let the conquistadors of Akkal-AOE make any mischief over here. But with the forward on the blue flank on this side, they're still buying time for the Khmer pocket to get to the strong combination of elephants and whatnot. Alright, looks like Akkal-AOE wants to wall this side as well. Little does he know that a ton of crossbows are coming this way, but he could actually maybe see it over the building foundations here. These walls really shouldn't go up, considering there's tons of crossbows here to deny this one villager woman, heroic woman at that, doing some work here. But the castle inside Akkal-AOE space should still keep enemy crossbows out for now. Oh, I didn't see the sneak. Okay. I see Akkal-AOE. Let's see. Have a look here. Trying to keep a bit of attention on both sides. Looks like Good Game's push has come to a bit of a halt here, but there's still 2 castles to deal in here. You don't deal easily with this until the Imperial Age and get the trebs. Here come the crossbows, and Ape is not going for Akkal-AOE here. He's simply going straight for the Khmer pocket, who he is probably assuming is just booming here, which is quite correct. Let's have a look at the army count of Believe Me here, and he has 1 military, probably just a scout. In exchange, he has 92 villagers, whooping 92 villagers up against Shed, who was a bit later to the Castle Age, but is booming with Teutons as well. Now on 5 TC boom actually, is catching up a little bit, but these crossbows needs to be dealt with, and with only Spanish conquistadors for Akkal-AOE, as far as I know, that's not going to be too easy. Here, some mangonels or stuff are needed to handle this group of 24 crossbows. You see the 5+3 range as well, that's the Britain's range bonus playing in here. plumed archers are inside Gluttony's base here, raiding about and mainly, unfortunately, dying to TC fire here. Maybe not too much of an annoyance for Gluttony at this point. I think he's holding on nicely. He's placed another TC on the woodline here, so he's securing some of his core eco. But on the other hand, Oladeshek has run all the way around with his 8 conquistadors and he's going to raid the green pocket here. Getting some nice villager kills here, putting the Teutonsboom to hold, and note that, believe me here, is nearly 70% Imperial Age. Dropping stables on the right hand side. Oladeshek has finished or almost finished the walls on the left hand side here. So there won't be any immediate aggression from Dape on this side or the other players. Monk, of course, on the field for Shed here to try and deal with Conquistadors, or maybe just to pick that relic, but here we go. Conks on the raid losing to it easy fire, but every time Shed garrisons, that's a valuable idle time here. Let's play for space. Oh, that's right, yeah. Great archers now inside, believe me, space. As mentioned before, no, didn't have any army just yet. Only one military here, as the Ape's crossbows are roaming freely here. Has lost some villagers as well, of course. And actually now behind Shed in the villager count here. So this is not good for the Khmer Boom. He is in the Imperial Age. He's now going to drop the castle next to the TC, but that's going to cause significant villager losses here with this amount of crossbows in his base. I think this will be a doubt castle for now. We may even need to abandon this one or task a ridiculous amount of villagers to complete it. So, but chooses to ignore that from his heads. A couple of some battle elephants in. Here's a Mango Nettle from Oladeshek as well. Let's see if he can get a lucky shot in here. Boom. Boom. Yeah. But serves as a nice distraction. This castle might... Well, it won't go up just yet. Alright. Some conquistadors for Gluttony are right now, and Mangonel over here, but Oladeshek is dodging nicely for now. He is cleaning up this army, I think, and will easily kill off these villagers as well that are fighting the conquistadors. Villagers fighting conquistadors, I haven't seen that a lot. So, but crossbow still alive on this field. Some battle elephants sent to hunt them down. They're still missing a little bit of armor though, don't have the necessary upgrades, but once this defensive castle goes up, it's of course the history of these crossbows here who have really proved their value here now. So we see both Dape and Gluttony still in the castle age here. As Good Games castle is about to die, but Russian teams, elephants are roaming Gluttony's base right now. That's something you also need to deal with. There are halberdiers here though, and there should be the potential of monks from either player. So some tribute sent here to Good Game here, missing wood apparently. It's one of the rules in the tournament is that slinging is only allowed in Imperial Age. So, but now they're of course allowed to sling being, or the slinging player needs to be in Imperial Age for sling to be allowed to happen. Looks like Oladeshek's conquistadors are finally dying here, but they've proved their value, killed some villagers, cleaned up some army, and an effective move around overall. And going from his own flank and all the way over to the other side to the pocket. So cast this up, crossbows are down. Being Khmer, you could make a ballista elephant and punch through the woodlines to get the raid in. We'll have to pay a little bit of attention to the minimap if that ever happens. Meanwhile comes some capped ram from the Teutons player here to deal with the forward castles of Good Game, I guess. And having only 2 archers on the field, this is not something that Good Game can easily deal with himself. If he had some Eagle Scouts or Eagle Warriors, that could help out a lot, of course. They would kill Siege more easily, but With only 3 builders repairing, it doesn't take too many captive ram hits here to take out this castle. Backs away here, actually, as believe me has added some light camp to deal with the incoming siege here. And Gluttony, although holding on, is pretty incapacitated here. He has sent some builders over to this neutral gold, so he will maybe be rebooming on this side. And now Hussars are in for the camera player, who likely has stabilized here, is adding loads of farming, needs that for the elephant production of course, and looks like they're preparing trade as well to get that gold flowing to sustain continuous production of gold units. This castle is in danger though, but here come the elephants. Can they deal with the capture ramps in time for this castle to still be staying up? It looks like they might, even with villagers from Shed, no, halberdiers from Shed helping out here. I think this castle, Fort Castle, will still be staying up. But now also with some traps out for Shed here, but not really enough army to back it. They are Teuton halberdiers though, they have ridiculous armor for themselves. Some pretty impressive flanks play from Mayans here from the early game on the early Castle Age onwards. He's successfully incapacitated the Spanish player of the other team here. It means that their Spanish player can't really get to Paladins easily, something that Oladishek is in the way of making. He's making lots of Cavaliers here. They may very well be upgraded even more. And with Balloon Archers on the field, we have the ability to snipe maybe some halberdiers here as well. So we see the continuous flaring here as Gluttony is trying to escape. He's escaping behind Shed's castle here, among other things, and sending some, of course, to the north, taking a woodline here. And he is with 46 villagers, so still very significantly behind everyone here, but also dropping a castle of his own, so maybe he will still be bringing some army to the field. I guess Conquistadors with being could also help out against enemy helps if that's ever an issue, but it's certainly Team Russia F pushing forward here now. Still, both forward castles of the Mayan player are intact here, so they've done a great job defending and keeping the forward here. We'll probably need something more to deal with the halberdiers here though. The key point for this team though is trade is about to kick in for the Russian team. There is no trade possible or no trade set up for CDL just yet. So that's going to be, could be the game changer in the end here, that one team has access to gold, another does not. There are also some gold patches here that Russia F could take now that Gluttony's base has been abandoned or nearly abandoned over here. Elite battle elephants with the appropriate upgrades now on the field, but there's honor gears from Shed. They won't really contribute much against the battle elephants, but if they can get a great hit on the balloon archers, then it will be something else here. Yeah, good, decent hit there from the honor gear. Doesn't kill too many, but weakens a lot of balloon archers here, and he pulls back maybe to heal them up a little bit or just wait until the forward castle goes down here. On the other side, nothing too significant was happening, but here we see some Britain's trebuchets and arbalists moving forward on Oladishek now. And considering that virtually all of the armies over here, this could be very hurtful for Oladishek here. He has placed, he has stables of course, he has Paladin now, so he will need to focus his army at home, but will it be enough? There are some halberdiers here as well, now 2 tribes pushing. Yeah, Britain Arch, no joke, it's 5+5, so no Ye Omen for Dave just yet. That's the unique tech of the Britons that would give you an additional +1 range here. He chooses to dive under TC here with the Arbalisters. I don't know if that was a conscious choice or not, but focuses this castle level logic first, of course. Only 2 tribes though, it's going to take a little while, but here comes another one, and more helps are being added as well. Missing attack upgrade, so not the greatest helps in the world, but they will still do decent here, I guess. Elite skirms for Ladishek, of course not nearly the numbers necessarily just yet. And some arbalisters looping around maybe to try and snipe some villagers of Ladishek here. So meanwhile, Gluttony is kind of stabilizing here. It's 68 villagers now, 2 TCs up here and extended with TCM farms here. So we might see Gluttony getting back into the game here. He has brought some conquistadors to the field as well, and they are pushing a little bit back on this side. 4 tribes now for the Britain's player. If he has Warwolf, he could even contest large groups of mutinies here with hitting them with the tribes. With Warwolf, the British tribes deals splash damage, but I think he's going to focus the next castle here now and maybe some of the town centers. But he's bringing his army out of position from the tribes here now, so this could be hurtful if any paladins find their way inside here to snipe these tribes. Then they could go down, but looks like Dape is in control right now. Some hussars from Believe Me coming in, but they won't really reach the tribes here. So Ladishek has paladins over here raiding a little bit. They really don't want to let Gluttony back into the game, of course, but the score looks very promising still for the Russian team. I think Ladishek may be losing another castle here. He's getting a decent mass of skirms out though. It's still the range issue though that the arbalisters will get some hits in before the skirms can get close enough to fire, but he's dropping more ranges. Committing to the skirms play now allowing his team to keep pushing, hopefully on the other side here. Mayan players added elite skirms with his plumed archers as well, and looks like there's no trade yet for CDL on the other side here. So still, it should be Russia F in a commanding position here. Let's have a look at the gold count as well. That the VB actually is out of gold here, but he's producing hussars mainly now. But overall, these numbers will change significantly in the end once Shed runs out of gold. If they don't have trade, that's going to be the moment for the Russia F to really dominate here. Supremacy. So Ladishek has taken supremacy. Did you actually kill the tribes here with supremacy builds? Oh boy. Beautiful. Killing tribes of villagers. I'm sorry I missed that. So skirms and hussars here to try and deal with the arbalist group over here. But more ranges being added by the AP as well. But still the trade route looks somewhat safe for Russia F here. Bringing in 140 gold almost per trip. That's of course Spanish trade kicking in for that team. Both teams have Spanish in the team, so once they get trade started, it's going to produce much more gold than generic trade. Looks like they're really rushing trade here. Shed is placing 8 or 9 markets over here. Really wants to get lots of trade cards out quickly here. Looking at military numbers though, good game. It's with whooping 81 military forward here. That's a good mix of elite eagles, and skirms and plume archers here, accompanied by elephants. But then there are onagers and halberdiers on the field here, so even with only maybe Shed's army here, looks like he is holding them, could be holding them off for a little bit longer. Ladishek is fighting kind of a 1v1 over this side. Well, this is accompanied by a little bit of yellow hussars here as well. So paladins will of course deal with the arbalisters nicely here, but as long as there are halberdiers on the field, you need something to deal with the halberdiers as well. Otherwise, the paladins will just melt. But takes care of the tribes here, loses a 1-3, but how to counter this Teuton Death Ball 11. Yeah, that's a good question, man. It's Teutons, Siege. They even have, I suppose he is researched the unique tech here now. They even have extra armor on their Siege. And Shed noticing that Eagles are in the mix here. Only Eagles, so not Elite Eagles. He has added 200 Swordsmen and some Teutonic Knights. Look at this, even Bombard Cannons coming on the field for the Teutons player now. Is making almost everything here now. I need to, have to pay attention to the build counts here as well, though. It's good game. He's at 87 builders at the moment, and Gluttony has surpassed him with now with 92 builds. So he's moving back into the game with Spanish here. They've got trade everyone, so Gluttony, being in the Imperial Age now, he could also sling here. So it's not even siege on here for the Teutons player here. That's very dangerous for the little archers here, so they need to watch their steps here now. This could be a really juicy shot, but I think a good game mostly dodged that one. But he doesn't dodge the next one and loses a huge mass of Flune archers here. He has transition though, he's with probably going for halbs himself. It's pike then on the field. That could be misclick as well, of course, but okay, let's look on the other side as well. More ranges being dropped by Oladeshek here. He's consistent income to spam skirmishers for a long while here, so maybe skirms and paladins would work out here. And it's not even plus 400s, right? Yeah. Ow! Another hit on the Plume Archers. Just look at that, the KD for good game here is losing numbers here. And if they're on the other side here, some halves need to be dealt with here. Paladins may be going down a little bit here as well, but gold income should allow Oladeshek to produce more paladins soon enough. Looks like CDL has extended the trade to the top corner now, so they have the full trade route. They have sort of stabilized their side, they're walled like crazy here. And I believe he has actually stone wall as well, so I'm not sure what happens here, but they keep pushing here. But now with 4 traps from the Mayans, some of the traps going a bit too close to this castle though. As far as coming to this side, there are mainly halbs from the Teutons player now, some elite battle elephants in the mix as well, but Shed, judging from his score, carrying heavily here now. His KD is almost 200 on the plus side here, so he's really playing in the Teuton pocket to to his full advantage here. I'd say that as long as Oladeshek's teammates, the pocket and the right hand flank here, can continue the push on this side, all Oladeshek needs to do is to hold and maybe do something to keep the trade route even safer. Maybe they would consider stonewalling across the whole edge here after a while. But looks like Oladeshek is holding nicely. He's lost his defensive castles, of course, but he's with the means to produce skirms and still paladins on his side. And his paladins will deal with the harvesters once he could get the arbs out of the game. But lots of villagers coming forward for Dave here now. What's his plan on this side? Yeah, he's going for the neutral goal on this side, so even with trade kicking in for them, he wants to boost the eco. Let's see if they have any, trying to see what kind of revenue, 138, so both sides with equal-ish trade routes here. Player 3 score, yeah, it's pretty ridiculous, but it's I guess it's mainly the KD kicking in there is 618 kills, so... Now actually switch into a bit of champions here. And Gluttony just taking the spots he can get here is now at 124 villagers, so he's really getting back into it. He's not providing much military at the moment, of course, but that could change. So helps and plume archers still coming for good game on this side. They are slowly gaining ground on the right hand side here. Remember, this used to be Gluttony's home base. There's still some gold to take here as well, if you choose to do so. And there's also valuable space for eco or production buildings for Russia F on this side. And Britain's player, of course, is Dave, is pushing on the left hand side, but he's not really, he's definitely not taking Oladechek out of the game here. I'm looking at the populations as well. It's kind of low for a good game and Gluttony, but the others are close to pop capped here, so this game will be a game for map control on both sides here, and who can make the longest pusher. See, Bombard Tower was added for the Teuton's player here. Not a bad choice to keep the trade route safer, some Bombard Towers and castles. You really don't want your opponents to get into the trade to raid and stop the gold income, because when they do, it's basically GG, right? Siege rams on the field for Believe Me here. I don't see any obvious answer to siege rams at the moment, but I guess the Teuton's player could go Cavaliers or Paladin if he hasn't already. Paladin spam now on the left hand side for Oladechek, but he does need to deal with a mix of halves in the middle here, and I think I saw the Britain's player adding some champs into the mix as well, so bit for cluster, but again Oladechek is holding nicely here. Doesn't look like the CDL has managed to hit the trade route of Russia F just yet. Some blue buildings coming up here now though, so Gluttony is going to provide Cavaliers now. He's dropping stables, and DP is dropping ranges and barracks here. So he's extending his production closer to his enemy, is going to continue to push on this side, and with Gluttony's help, this push might actually may do wonders on this side, because then Oladechek is left with a 2v1, and well, there is some yellow presence on this side, so not entirely, but the important thing here is they need to raid the trade, of course, and with Cavaliers from Gluttony, that could be an issue, killing off trade cards on this side. Battle Elephants now on the right hand side for Believe Me here is pushing together with Good Gamers, still committing to plumed archers, of course a very mobile archer unit to reinforce the Battle Elephants here. There are Mayan hubs on the field as well, but I don't think they really can do much against Teuton Halberdiers here with their extra armor, but looks like they now are mainly going right for the trade routes here. Lots of bombard towers to protect the trade still though, so you need siege ram, which they have added to deal with the bombard towers, but look at the bombard towers just melting the onagers that come into the field here. But Russia F are about to hit the trade route of CDL here, but CDL also going to make a little bit of trouble on this side, I think. Gluttony dropping some stables. He has stabilized his eco here, is 142 villagers. I think his resources should be decent here. His trade hasn't kicked in just yet, but he will be producing. Well, he's producing. He's taking it to Paladin now as well. And fortunately for the Spanish player, you can the blacksmith upgrades only cost food, so you could tech more easily into the appropriate upgrades, but for now it looks like it's Russia F with the strongest push here. They're taking out bomber towers, they're taking out production capabilities, and they're pushing into the trade route here now, but Gluttony with some serious presence on this side as well with his paladins, so it's not making it easy for the Russia F to push with on the trade route. There are lots of stables here for Gluttony and some serious heavy walls to the right hand side as well, but they won't be able to wall off this section obviously. Here come the Arbalists, so Davey is committing his Arbalisters to raid the Russia F's trade now, and this seriously needs to be dealt with. They are one-shotting the trade cards here, and that's going to puncture the Russia F's gold eco significantly here. Gluttony and Believe Me are low on gold, but they're of course still producing here. So this is devastating for the trade eco. Its trade card costs wood and gold, so to replenish them takes both time and resources. It looks like we're just suiciding to green, yeah, from the score at least it is, but I mean, you gain ground, right? Russia F has started on the flank here and dropped some more forward castles here and committing to pushing, but with blue paladins on the field, this task just became a lot more difficult here. So yeah, castle foundation was a good game here, he abandoned it. Probably realized it wasn't a good idea so close to the bombard towers that would just kill the foundation here. And finally, the mass of arbalesters on this side have been dealt with by hussars and a couple of elephants and elite skirms of Wladysek, who leave some skirms here to defend. I think you guys just need to focus more on siege on both sides. Yeah, it's true. It's I don't know what the Spanish siege tech 3 is, but with Khmer you'd have Scorpions at least, and I guess Onager and Mayans get siege Onager, don't they? I think they do. So that could have been an addition to make, of course. But more bombard towers being dropped by Shed here, so really impressive pocket play from Shed here, focusing mainly on the right hand side, holding the trade. Russia aren't really getting to the trade now, and here are the significant number of paladins for Gluttony now with 39, 40 plus army here now, consistently spamming paladins to help push back here. So lots of back and forth on this side. Siege, yes, ban Shed. Yeah, so suddenly it's being pushed back on this side, Russia F, by Paladins and more castle drops on Teutons. I wonder if he has crenellations as well. He does, so he has plus extra range on the castle and dropping more bomber towers as well. He can even almost range this castle down here with this extra range. Some ridiculous defensive player. Now dropping lots of monasteries as well. Wants to convert battle elephants, I guess. But again, Wladysek is holding nice on this side. He's taking the bombard tower as well, so he's going bombard tower defense on his left hand side. No more raids on the trade for now. A bit of a bug trade cards here, but otherwise trade working fine for them. Let's have a look at the gold count again. The trade rates really seems to have caused a little bit of trouble for Russia F here now though, because there's more gold in the bank for the opposing team at the moment. And with the flaring going on, significant amount of elite battle elephants now for the Khmer player, but still need to deal with the strong Teuton Halberdiers and of course the siege coming in here. Even with enough siege onagers, the elephants move rather slowly, so you could actually damage a little bit by getting siege onager hits in here. And boom archers really not the play against siege onagers. I think I may be wrong, but I feel like Elite Eagle Warriors would pay off more in this setting if his eco can sustain it. But maybe not against Teutons with their strong melee, I guess. But against the siege. But so many bomber towers here, you need siege ramps to push them down. Something that, believe me, is providing, but Mayans player, I guess, could also add siege ramps. They have the tech. So, as long as bombard towers are the issue, you need the most effective things are trebs and siege ramps. This treb is within range of the bombard tower, so that could be, or should be, I guess. Yeah, back and forth, a little bit of push on this side now, and Britain's champions being pushed back here still has notable amount of arbalesters, so it looks like the military count is in favor of Russia F at the moment, but then again, there are so many bomber towers on the right hand side here that in this middle of this fighting, the military numbers don't matter as much for CDL's team here. See, everyone consistently producing mines. Player mainly providing halberdiers now, though. And some green siege even coming in this direction now from Shed, who is with 40k score now and really getting a pretty nasty KD here with 1235 to 760 something here. So I'd love to see some, if at all possible, some Hussar raids or something trying to get into the thread. Of course, these walls make that really difficult. Maybe they lose to the bomber towers along the way because there's so many bomber towers here. The CDL really doing a nice job protecting their trade here, which is the most important thing of all to secure in the late game, and of course have consistent unit production, which both teams have. Elephants, committing to elephants. Nice here with Plume Archers, maybe not as much, especially not with Paladins on the field as well. They have the speed to catch up with the Plume Archers, not to mention the Siege Onagers that once they get a lucky hit in, you could kill 30 Plume Archers just with a snap of the fingers. So for barracks being added now still, the halb spam from the mice playing a couple of Plume Archers still. Look, left corner trade. Yeah, it's bugged, isn't it? Or is it? Is there some raiding going on here? Okay, not yet. I'll have to look for stuff here. Look at these Teutonic Knights. Elite Teutonic Knights, 17 plus 4, 10 plus 3 defense, melee defense. It's just ridiculous. I guess they can even challenge battle elephants with this kind of melee defense, because even with so much HP they could take decent fights here. Blue Archers would deal with the Teutonic Knights though, so maybe not totally useless after all. There's some significant mass of Arbalisters over on this side and some Siege Onagers as well. Is that what's going to come into the trade eventually? Watchtower from Britons on this side. And Teutonic Knights really doing work against the battle elephants here. We have to comment the number of army here as well. Dape is at 61 military here, and total military count of CDL well above 100. And although all players are keeping a nice population high, there are the military numbers of Russia F are significantly lower at the moment. So game's at 1 hour 20 minutes mark has been going on for a long while here now, and looks like with a bit of reinforcement of grid on this side, this could be a deadly push on the left hand side as well, but Oladeshek has added bomber cannons here, snipes the siege onagers nicely here, won't allow more guard towers to go up either, and may or may not be able to push this on his own. Not too many halberdiers on the field now, so the paladins can take favorable fights here. Here come some grey villagers to the left hand side. What's the play here? Well, not enough stone for a castle here. Is he going to drop guard towers? What's the plan here? Well, maybe just buy stone for a castle, of course. Thrush! Oh boy. Yeoman keeps. Ay. And even the stone walls to make sure the towers aren't rushed down. Oh, amazing. Oh boy. So how's this gonna affect the trade routes here? The trade cards here? That's such a sneaky move. You can barely even see it on the minimap here. 2 keeps. Bye farmers. Maybe trade cards as well. Oh man. What a play. Meanwhile, bomber towers being dropped on the Ladishek side here, but there are also Trebs trying to keep them from going up here, or from staying up rather. And a slow but steady Teuton Deathball accompanied by Spanish paladins here are gaining ground on the right hand side. Shed was practicing for Barbarossa roll. Yeah, look at these slow KP boys here. There's a significant mass of elite Teutonic Knights here. Does really render any melee options of the other team useless here, maybe with the exception to some extent of Battle Elephants, but even the Battle Elephants are struggling here with their superior HP here. Siege Rams now from Oladeshek on this side, still committing to, or still has some Bombard Tower defense here as well. And I wonder if they even ever noticed this trade here. It's just more and more trade cows going down. Yeah, Oladeshek has noticed. It sends the siege ram this way. There are villagers inside the. What a game! I'm exhausted just from watching this. Yeah, I have to agree. Oxen. Oh, look at those! Look at the villagers. Imagine if those were Spanish supremacy villagers dealing with the siege rams here. One keep will go down though, so maybe the crisis has been averted here. Look at the score from Shadow. It's twice the score of Oladeshek, who is top scoring his team. And all the players close to pop cap here now, so it's going to come down to military count and gold count in the end. Let's look at the gold counts as well. Trade routes really taking some hits here for Russia F. They, believe me, is running out of gold here. He's does have quite a few trade cards though, so I guess they should be okay. But now look at the center. Ouch. Ouch. Paladins found. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking there. Would be a cut through at some point. Oh, yeah, I missed that. I was expecting that to be an opportunity here. Siege Onager cutting through the woodlines, sending paladins in to raid the entire Khmer eco here. What a game, guys! Hideout at its best. Look at trade going on for both players here. It's going to be interesting to see the stats. Oh, it doesn't show, the cut doesn't show on the minimap. Should have noticed the blue dots though. But GG, well played both teams. Look at Teuton's score here in the end. Society, quite a few castles, total score 53,000. And they also a pretty high score in the end. But the average score still, yeah, it's pretty wide in the end. But largest army for the Mice player, it's 99, but that was mainly plumed archers and halberdiers. Maybe a switch of combination would have helped their push out a bit in the end, but it's also really, really hard to push back Teuton's death ball that came their way like that. KD pretty ridiculous here. 1,711 for Shed against 968 units lost, and 1172 and 1015 for Dape, the Britain's player. And in exchange, of course, more losses for the opposing team, but decent amount of kills still as well. And Gluttony even got back into the game after being more or less demolished on his flank early on, but both, of course, Shed all the time. He wanted to boom like crazy with Teutons. 126,000 food for Khmer. Thank you for cast. Yeah, no worries, man. It was a good game. And Shed. Yeah, both pockets bring in really pretty serious amounts of resources here. It looks like the trade. Where's the trade profit again? There's the trade profit. Yeah, most trade profit for Shed here. He did put out ridiculous amount of markets after all. Thanks for the follow. Believe me, it's I think it's 9 markets total for Shed. That's of course to produce trade cards more quickly, not And then in the end the trade route goes from here to there, but they have Spanish trade, so they get extra gold from the trade route after all. We'll look at the uptimes as well. This cast stage is just pretty ridiculous from Career. He did 23 population straight fast castle, and he still had the eco to place two town centers and start the boom. So huge head starts for Khmer there, and also the first one to Imperial, getting to the elephants, and a nice power spike in early Imperial that way. But in the end, they can get pushed back by Teuton bomber towers and castles and whatnot, and some clever walls down the south here, forcing them to fight in this area. And with Teuton's Teutonic Knights and Siege Onagers, it's tough to fight back. Okay, going to the next game here, I'm going to pull up. I'm going to have to check my order of cast just to make sure here. We're going to Cunning Linguist versus. Hold on, who's that against? Alright, versus 5 shot, I think. Let's have a look. And that's Division 4, I think. There we go. Alright, let's pull it up. It's not going to be anywhere near as impressive as the last game. No, but that's fine. It's we want to cover all of the divisions here, so. I'm just gonna add the civs here to the. So here we go. Now we'll move on to a Division 4 game here between Cunning Linguist and 5 shot. They're playing on Arena, and let's see what kind of civs and what they're going for. It's a Turk Pocket here for Oxen from Cunning Linguist team, accompanied by flanks with Britons on his left hand side, and then played by DK Dev and hold on. Sorry, Turks flank, of course. Turks flank for Oxen with Britain's pocket, or I'm seeing wrong, and Cumans. Right. Cumans on the right hand flank for Pinky Britain's pocket, and Turk's left hand flank for Cunning Linguist here. On the other hand, we have Britons for DK Dev on the left hand flank for 5-shot. They have a Celts pocket, and Crispianus here in the purple as Mongols. Okay, so let's have a look at the matchup on the sides here. Turks, not unlikely to go for a fast imp play. Turks have a great power spike in the Imperial Age, getting chemistry for free. They could get bomber cannons and hand cannoneers out and kill the opposing flank early that way. With the Britons flank on the other side, though, if the Britons get to their archers, their arbalesters would easily snipe any hand cannoneers, maybe even bombard cannons from their enemy if they have the given mass. So could be a tough matchup here on this side. And for their pockets, teal pocketeers Britons, you don't see Britons as pocket a lot, as pockets usually need to help out on both sides. So being in the pocket, you want mobility, you usually want to have cavalry as your civ, and Britons, mainly an archer civilization, so they are less mobile. With cavalry, you can move around and dictate the fights where you want to take them. When you have archers, you're kind of constricted to one side. On the other hand, if you place productions on the sides, your archery ranges near your teammates, you can produce your army closer to your teammates, and you could help out after all. So let's see how we'll see Britain's pocket perform here. On the right hand side, we have Cumans for Pinky 299. Nice civ for close maps, I would say. In the feudal age, they could go early up to the feudal age and place their second TC in feudal already, which would allow them to start the booming earlier than all of their opponents, which of course will delay their castle age, but once they get to the castle age, they will have a stronger economy. They would have the option to maybe outproduce other teams, knights or what else, and they also have a great power spike in castle age, being the only civ that gets access to the capped ram from the siege workshop in castle age. Something that could prove very useful on a map like Arena, where the opponent is stonewalled. But if you drop a castle or just drop a siege workshop close to your opponent and get a few capped rams out, these stone walls will melt like paper mache to the capped rams. Then again, our Cumans player is up against Mongols on this side, and Mongols, they have strong siege of their own, especially in the Imperial Age. Their unique technology allows their siege units to move 40% faster, I think it is. Let's just double check that. 50% faster. And so the Mongol siege rams are just moving very quickly compared to generic siege rams. Mongols unique unit, the Mangadai, fantastic cavalry archer, easily micro. They move faster, shoot, react faster when you turn around and shoot, and that's a nice piece of mobility that could be used to snipe villagers or move around the map and see where you could help out to deal damage. So I expect to see the Mongols player going for Castle Age play with Mangadai here, maybe getting to Elite Mangadai eventually, and strong Mongol siege. With him in his pocket, he has one of the strongest siege civs in the game, I think. It's the Celts. They also have strong good infantry in the sense that the infantry is moving faster, but most notably an eco bonus in that their wood choppers are chopping wood more quickly. I'm gonna show that from the tech tree as well, just to lumberjacks work 15% faster. Look at this bonus as well. The Celts team bonus is that siege workshops produce 20% faster. So with Celts and Mongol siege workshops working 20% faster, you could have a real siege death wall on your hands in the Imperial Age. Good evening, Palm. Thanks for checking in. I think we'll have one of your guys' games later as well. Now to offer a little bit of concern here about Proxys' lumber camp here. Let's assume that your flank or that someone, not the flank, but someone on the other team goes for a castle drop or any kind of direct aggression on this side. Maybe even Britain's archers are less. This is well within range, even from outside your walls. So imagine a castle drop right here, and you have to move your whole wood line. So lumber camps, maybe consider placing them further in the back, so it's harder for any early aggression to reach your position. Then again, Celt's Flare is the pocket and is not likely to be subject to early pressure as much as the flanks are. DK Dev here with the Britons is going pretty heavily on wood at the moment. He's now with, or not heavily, he's with 9 on wood, going up to the feudal age at 25 pop. Paul, this is 4th division. I think it should show on the top here. Yeah, I think I added it. Yeah. And there's an arena game. I have no idea how long this one will go for, so it should be interesting to see what kind of plans they have. So people are about to reach feudal age, except for Oxen, who is committing to feudal age still. He's with 28 pop now. Already suggests to me that he might be have some fast implants here. He's even preemptively placing houses as kind of a wall behind her in the event of any break-in and aggression here. So some idols for some of the players now, but they will be addressed shortly, I guess. 11 on wood for Britain's player in the Britain's popular, dropping 2 ranges, is in the feudal age here. And will be staying in feudal age for a while longer, considering the resources. No farms added just yet. And also currently housed at the moment, but here come the houses, so it should be fine here. By the way, to people watching, if you want to see the rank of any of these players, you could write !rank and their nickname, and you should be able to see it. This is Division 4, is the lowest of the 4 divisions in the league, so could expect some other kinds of. Okay, so Siege Workshop is up for the Cumulus players. Feudal, Siege Workshop, Feudal, Archery Ranges. So maybe we're actually going to see some feudal play from Britain's pocket and Cuman's flank here. That may also be the reason that Cuman's is flank and not pocket, because that makes the travel distance for the Siege Workshop shorter if they're bringing feudal age battering rams to the field. So let's toggle back to Oxen's point of view here. He is definitely in a position to click to the next age now, only missing the buildings. Here's the blacksmith and market. So it's most likely going to be a fast imp play from Oxen here. But it's in the chat, so maybe he would argue otherwise. So it's going to be a feudal age push here from teal and green. Some Britain's archers with the +1. No armor just yet, but it's going to catch the Mongol player off guard for sure. He's not really stressing it. He's bringing scouts to the field, getting wheelbarrow now. Let's have a look at his resources. If he's going to the castle age soon, he's getting close but missing quite a bit of food. So if any archers and rams break through 3 battering rams going forward now, that could be trouble for Crispianus here from the 5-shot team. He's dropping a range of his own though, so he might be able to fend off something. But he has mainly spears and scouts here, and all of these units will die to feudal age archers. Except the scouts could focus down battering rams. Oxen is going for the castle age. Hasn't placed any military buildings yet, so I still think he might be going for the fast imp play here, considering their current resources. Also going for more farms here, 14 farms now to boost the food eco, and with 6 on gold. So 3 rams coming forward. Can Purple see this? Of course he sees it now that the rams engage. Here come the spears. They won't do anything in this setup. And nice job of Little Wing Tom here to focus down the scouts coming forward here. It's not too often you see feudal age aggression on arena, especially not from two players at the same time, and this would hurt a lot if, considering that the common play on arena is going fast castle because you're within stone walls, then in many games you would often see your opponents already in the castle age at this point in time, but that's not the case here. Oxen is up to the castle age, so is DK Dev, but he's on the far side of these players, so he won't really necessarily be able to offer any assistance on this side. Maybe you could force up a stable and just bring a couple of knights over to deal with the rams here more easily, but I don't think that's going to be the priority here. Proxys in the middle here in the pocket is also producing military, has a couple of spears out now. Where's the rest of them? Maybe he's out on the field or something. Now he's brought them over to help out on the flank here, of course. So, but there are feudal age spearmen. I don't see them really doing too much here against the rams. They do get one ram kill though, so a bit of value there. And this forward push of Cumans Britons is not affecting the actual economy of Christianity just yet, but they are inside. They could take out production with the 4 rams forward now, at the cost, however, of staying in feudal age longer. Could be that little wing Tom will be clicking up soon. He is closing in on the food needed. Let's have a look at the Cumans player, still committing to feudal. Actually only on one, no, there's the second TC on the woodline, so he's only missing food to click up as well. 4 battering rams now going straight for the TC of the Mongol players, who has not yet clicked castle age. However, villagers come to hunt them down, and their archers are out of position and almost got some villager kills here, maybe killed off some. So the TC is being garrisoned. That means the archers can't get too close, they need to pull back, but the rams could still run in, and more rams are being added. Lots of barracks as well for Pinky here now. Really committing to the feudal age play here. And also a stable, so wants to maybe add some scouts into the mix or knights later on, once the time for the castle age click is coming. So meanwhile, 5 shots pocket is now in the castle age, dropping a siege workshop, and probably decides that he needs to move over to his right hand flank side to help out, and will drop the siege workshop closer to them. And skirmishers on the field for Crispianos now. That's of course going to delay his castle age click up even more, because he has to commit food to skirmishers production. You usually don't see a lot of skirmishers in team games either, because if one player with the cavalry sieve goes for knights, they would just melt the skirmishers in these kinds of numbers. Scouts are doing some work here now though, getting 1 ram kill, maybe getting another. What Pinky should consider doing here is bringing 1 villager to repair these rams before they go down completely, so as you don't need to spend more golden wood on new rams. But he's sending... he's actually not sending any more rams for this, still in the feudal age, but continuing the pressure. They are focusing now on skirmishers here, but have yet to kill many villagers. They're causing idle time, of course, but the villager count not too worrying here, although it's behind or about on the same level as the Britons player. Now let's have a look at Oxen's side. He just reached the Imperial age, so he's got a huge head start on the Imperial over the other players here. He's of course low on eco for Imperial, and considering that he's been doing the fast imp, you need all the resources to click up. Then you can make hand cannoneers and armored cannons as he's doing, but this is a significant amount of Britons crossbowmen already. Missing Bodkin arrow, so they only have +2, but still that's as long of a range as generic crossbowmen will get with Bodkin arrow. Magadas now on the field from the Chaos player, deals nicely with the rams here, who does have a villager repairing them. Still feudal age for Pinky here, maybe he really needs to consider clicking up soon, extending the farm eco a little bit. getting close. Will probably click any moment now, assuming he has the buildings for it, and he does. He has the stables, the siege workshop, blacksmith. We go Britain's crossbow are forward, but they're taking some hits from the bombard cannon here now. So Oxen is getting some free kills here on the backside of the wall. And Castage is finally kicking in from a Mongol player as well. He won't be getting to the Mangodai anytime soon, but maybe the stone count will allow it once he gets to the Castle Age. Crossbows from the Ritans and Spearmen on the side here now. Mangonels will be real dangerous here now though, but with the Spearmen he could run in and arguably snipe the Mangonels here, but Little Wing Tom really needs to keep his archers alive here. He does have Bodkin Arrow though, so he actually does outrange the Mangonels here. He has 5+3 range, that's 8 range against 7 here. So if he gets lucky, he could snipe a Mangonel here without the Mangonels hitting him. Gets some nice shots in on the Mangonel, but loses also quite a few archers here to a Mangonel hit. Still decent trade for Little Wing Tom here. Is actually microing down to Mangonels here with a little bit of help from some Spearmen here, so arguably a good sustain of his forward here. He's also dropped another range, so we'll be committing of course to more archers playing here. 2 TCs for Little Wing Tom, 2 TCs for the human player, 2 TCs also for Oxen here, so they should be having a villager lead here overall over the other players, considering also that the Mongols player is down to 29 villagers. He has been under heavy pressure all the way from feudal. DK is trying a castle drop here now, but if this bombard cannon is on the alert, they could snipe the foundation of the castle here. Let's see if Oxen can tell if this is happening over here. He sees the castle foundation, just focus the castle foundation right away, and you could get lucky and actually stop it from going up. Alright, yeah, he focuses the 2 bombard cannons to hit this castle, so the villagers, once the castle is up, they will force to go repairs. Castle position is decent enough for the Britons forward. The nice 1 stone here and arguably this stone as well. So, but considering bombard cannons are on the field, unless the archers can snipe them, that's nice to pull away this bombard cannon at 4 HP. Needs to pull away the next one as well. This one will probably go down, unfortunately, but the hand cannoneers in exchange get some hits in here. We're looking at a very weakened castle here, and Oxen with the means to produce at least another bomber cannon here. Hand cannoneers are offered needlessly here now though. It's looking bad for the armor numbers of Oxen here. It's now only with 2 military overall. 1 bomber cannon of course. DK Dev is either misclicked or having some fun here attacking the gate with 1 villager and his castle firing. Looks like the forward push of Pinky and Little Wing Tom has come to an end on this side, but they did deal some damage. They really deserved Crispinianus going up here. He's dropping a university now before he's even dropping a castle here. I think he has a stone for it though. He is 644, he's just missing 6 stone, and then he'll be doing the castle drop, and then we get to the Magada. He's committing to knights for now though. So it's going to be knights and siege for Crispianus and Proxys here. And they might very well be able to push back here. But here comes a Britain's castle drop from Little Wing Tom here. And accompanied by Cumans Knights. Cumans should have a decent eco for going for them by now. Food would go lots of stone as well. Could drop 2 castles here as Cumans. Significant mass of pikemen from this side for Proxys. He's dropping a siege workshop and another barracks forward. So he's going for the pike and siege push together with the crossbow forward of DK Dev here. Could be strong against the Turks player Ron Fast Imp, being 2v1 here with limited eco on his hands, but his Oxen is aware of things going on here. He's trying to stonewall behind here. There's still an opening here though, unless the villager can plug it in time. And they get sniped to get the wall up to 250 HP, so it's going to take the crossbows a while to break through there. But DK Dev keeps sniping army here and will shortly be moving forward. He needs to break these walls in order to do so though. Meanwhile, a forward from humans and Britons on this side. Crossbows, camels, knights. Missing the +2, but otherwise quite good. Defensive casting from Crispianus here. Pinky doesn't really make an attempt to deny it, but maybe 3 knights would be enough anyway. Nice house placement there from Crispianus to force the knights to path around, and they're going to be there too late. This castle is definitely going up. Then again, we have humans, we have access to capped rams, so a one castle isn't really necessarily a huge problem here, because if you get to the human capped rams, maybe build a siege workshop in front of this castle and then send the capped rams forward to deal with this castle. On the left hand side, DK dev with the battering rams and crossbows here. Tommy, you need to Little Wing Tom, get him! Get him, me! So rams and crossbows forward here. No sign of the Celts army just yet. Where did this pikes and siege go? Let's send them over to the other side. Yeah, here are his pikes. That's it. So I'd say both players here are losing unnecessary numbers of army, but it's still is DK dev on the forward here, dictating the pace of the game at this point here. Compton, Celts, Ram as well. These are 4 rams. Should be able to break through nicely here. That should also allow the crossbows to move forward. Let's see, still only 2 ranges for the Britons player. He has a castle as well, could bring some longbows into the mix. But more importantly, is going up to the Imperial Age, which also the other Britons player is going. He's dropping his second castle forward and will have treads soon enough here. I guess since he's going up to the Imperial Age, they're not really stressing the capped rams out here, focusing on mounted units army instead, and crossbow pushing from this side. Both pockets being untouched though. Britons with less mobility maybe even than Celts, but both arguably immobile pockets here. Looking at the KD, it looking pretty good for Oxen overall actually. He's with 65 to 49 kills here, so he's been defending nicely. Problem is he's only been defending, he's not been on the offensive as well, as his hussars are easily dealing with the battering rams on this side, and Yellow won't break through after all here. Yellow is helping out on the right hand side as well, but his pikes won't really do anything else against the crossbows here, and the Mangonels won't be able to get any hits in on the armies here with castle fire behind here. So I think we need Celts guy to get to the... Wow, Mangonel's firing at the castle. Interesting. We need Celts to get to Imperial Age here as well and get to their strong siege with the Onagers, Siege Onagers. Silly Oxen going hand cannons into archers. Does he have archers out though? I don't see any just yet. There's a significant amount of hussars though. They do have the defense upgrades as well, so they could actually challenge cast age crossbows here, or cast age upgraded crossbows. They aren't arbalest yet. In fact, there isn't any production at all for DK Dev here. Does he have a market? He does, so he could adjust the economy here just to be able to afford the arbalesters upgrade, just get them on field, but instead he's losing massive numbers of his archers and army and villagers here to hussars from Oxen. So Oxen doing some decent flank play here. He's done the fast imp without any success in the forward. This is a huge amount of bomber cannons though. He should be able to snipe this castle now that there isn't any army presence on the field. So maybe he will be able to push up soon. I commented a little late. Ah, okay. I get it. I may have missed it then. Arbalesters are in for Little Wing Tom here though. He's dealing nicely with pikes here. Needs to focus fire though, since there are rams on the field as well. But the pikes will barely be able to reach the camels and knights of his teammates here. And then battering rams not doing all too much against a human castle there. I think they will keep this castle up as traps are out on the field as well to deal with town centers and castles here, and then huge mass of humans camels here. Left hand side, hussars attacking a castle here, but mainly bombard cannons dealing with castle should be taking out of production as well. So this will neglect DK Dev's ability to mass produce archers here. He will be losing his archery just pretty quickly here. His army count is actually down to 1 here, and Crispianus in the purple is at 0. So their only player with army at the moment is Celt's player, which is alarming at this stage in the game with players in the Imperial Age and tough push going on. Although Cuban's player isn't in the Imperial Age yet, he's getting there. He has now some cap trams on the field as you could do with Cubans, and they're pretty much demolishing Crispianus' base here. He is down to 32 villagers and has 5 idols at that, and his KD is 35 to 81, so he's lost a lot here, and he has no way of pushing back this army on his own. I think their team's hope now is to try and push on the left-hand side and incapacitate Turk's player, then to move on. But then again, you have a Cuban's flank which has mobility with his knights and camels and whatnot, and will be able to chase any aggression on the other side. So this is beginning to look like a GG territory for 5-shot here. They are losing one of their players completely here. He's actually in danger of being defeated now if he doesn't try and flee somewhere. Oxen is keeping his bomber cannons and hussars at home at the moment. He hasn't really made an attempt to take out production here from DK Dev, surprisingly enough. He maybe wants to get some more army numbers on the field before he engages. Yeah, score is looking great for Cunning Linguist's team here. They are also with 188, almost at least twice the villager count of their enemies. So, and their yellow pocket is only at 58 villagers, is on 2 TCs only. So his eco is also behind that of all of his opponents here. Now all the 6 bombard cannons coming forward for Oxen now, probably to deal with this castle with hussars and hand cannoneers to back it if he doesn't want to take out these production capabilities first. Looks like Little Wing Tom and Pinky will be continuing their push over and to the Celt pocket side here now, dropping a castle, bringing the tribes and camels on this side, and arbalesters of course. And Proxies with no military whatsoever will have a hard time defending against this kind of push when it's up against nearly 100 military here, and the GG well played is called, and it's Cunning Linguist that takes the win in an eventful game with feudal age action on the arena. You don't see that a lot. Okay, it looks like my game crashed at this, so I won't be able to look at any stats. But luckily enough, we were at least allowed to watch the end of this one. It's Cunning Linguist taking the win, and we'll be moving on to the next game. Thanks for the cast, no worries man. It was an interesting game overall. So we'll be moving on to another game shortly between Conquerors and German Potatoes. I'm just gonna add a civs command quickly, so we'll have an easy way to see the civs the team is playing. And this worked out nicely. Okay, this is probably the wrong patch. It was embarrassing. I have to get back to that one. Sorry about that. Alright, moving straight over to the next one, as the previous one was bugged or something. We have Persian Douche United versus Nepo Clan. So PDU, that's the Persian Douche United's tag. And I'm going to go straight for it. This is Land Manus. You can see a very open map with patches here or there with wood. And we see our Lithuanian friend here dropping a barracks right away. So it's going for the very early Feudal Age or even Dark Age aggression here with the Lithuanians instant drush. This is a strat you could do with Lithuanians because they start with 150 extra food, so you could get to the militia production immediately with your starting resources. So it's a pretty ballsy move considering you don't have any scouting intel at all. You could expect your opponents to be here, here, here. And it's of course good for scouting as well to get these units out quickly, but it's also very multitasking dependent to do so. You see he's taking one straggler already and is getting housed because of the militia production, so it takes a toll on their economy and multitasking abilities as he is already... He's actually... yeah, he's killed 2 sheep as well, so just so many things to focus on, and once you start moving out your army as well, you're going to be in trouble with what you do with your economy while doing the aggression forward. But 2 militia are ready for the Lithuanian player here. He is actually committing to 3 of them, so he won't even be able to afford looms straight away here. So if his TCO is idle, he can't just click the loom, so he has to depend on being able to produce villagers here. But 3 villagers going forward. 105 living up to his name here, going straight for the aggression here. So looking at the populations here, I'm going to look at the villager counts here for 105 because this kind of production, only taking the food here, not taking the boars, not finding all the sheep yet, is going to take its toll on his ability to produce villagers here. It's not too bad idle time wise yet, but he got housed early on. He's going to get housed again here, and he's at 10 villagers as opposed to 11 and 12 and 13 for the rest of his opponents. But let's follow his rush a little bit. Let's see if he can find his opponent. He's walking elegantly past his flank pleb Guardiola here. So look, I guess he will be going straight for the pocket if he can find them. There, he finds some berries. But these are neutral berries, I believe, so he won't really be hitting anyone yet. He runs into a scout here. Doesn't really chase it, but this leaves Pac-Man Stally to see that something is going on as well, so he might be able to fend off this drush here. Going for a scout's kill as well, maybe not too bad. TC straight on the berries here, that goes for all players of course, so it's with an instant rush like this, it's hard to hit the berries actually. Let's see if any of the other players are going for... well, although it's serious, going for the walls. Walling off on landmines is very huge open map, you don't really necessarily benefit a lot from walls here. I see there are some extra berries to take. This is the first time I'm casting a land manets match, so bear with me for this one. Nice preemptive walls for pleb Guardiola here. And Goff's player actually supporting his pocket. Is it pocket? Supporting his flank here, Mayan's flank here with his scouts for a little bit. So is the rush doing anything here? Just moving around, gathering some scouting intel here. Actually hasn't found a single enemy's core resources yet. So this is a very early rush, not really paying off due to the fact that he you don't have the scouting intel that early to necessarily find your opponent. Now a little bit of flair here. It's Sloth King challenging Pleb Guardiola scout here. You see 105 with 17 villagers here, and his instant rush still not really doing any damage. I guess with that flare he was told that there is someone up here, you could go hit them, but that's still even more walking distance for the militia, which may very well hit the pockets instead here now. Pac-Man style even bringing in the Ibex here for an extra food boost for Franks here. Peculiarly enough, he's not taking the neutral berries. Extra berries good for Franks here. And Mongols is now dropping a barracks on the way to the feudal age here, so it's probably going for the scouts here. Also a little bit of talk during a pause here. And militia are going for a house needlessly here. Mongol player also, of course, with loom. Some nice quick walls here from Pleb Guardiola is keeping these militia out and kills Green's scout in the process as well. So this is mainly the only exposed area for now. Is actually Volonowitz is actually pulling villagers off the berries as well, just preemptively, so as the militia won't do any damage here. They are now again trying to break through, but oh, Plebguard deletes his walls. Wants to re-wall a bit further out, I think, to make some space for his woodline to be a little bit more efficient. Although with 9 builders on woodline, it's they are going to bump into each other anyway, but they are spread out a little bit here, so not too much bumping. Look at this, dang, 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 they're not bringing in wood as great as they could be. Preemptive walls from Sloth King here as well. He's playing as the Magyars here on the right flank. He has Golf's pocket for him. So Golf's an open land map like this, probably maybe a good idea. You have some mobility for raiding units in the Huskarls. You have the option from fully upgraded knights in Cast Stage as well, so you could do decent as Golf pockets in this game there. Setback maybe being not having an early eco bonus like Mongols have with their hunt collecting faster, or Lithuanians have with their 150 starting food, extra starting food. So militia being pulled back. They didn't really do too much, these militia here overall. And one spearman for the Mongols player, probably been a little bit worried about any scouts forward from Lithuanians or scouts follow up, but here come Mongol scouts to clean up the 3 initial militia of 105 here, and he's if he's been going for kind of a fast castle, it's going to be punctured a little bit here because he's now off his goal due to his opponent going scout, and he's also in the Dark Age, so the spearman is out of the question here for 105, who could be losing significant numbers here now. He does have loom though, so he has been able to collect gold to go for that upgrade, but now left with 7 idols here from 3-4 forward scouts of Pleb Guardiola here, is playing the open map correctly here with the scouts mobility. Will be getting at least 1, maybe 2 villager kills here now. Yeah, it seems like 105 may be panicking slightly here now. Is idling 8 villagers due to 4 scouts here. Then again, he doesn't have any means to defend. He can't kill off these scouts with anything else than villagers, being in Dark Age and being stuck here with his current food count. So this is going to be tough for 105 going forward here. There's the village kicking in though, so he's going to be able to make spears eventually, but still he has 5 scouts. It's a correct decision of Pleb Guardiola here to go for even more scouts, considering he knows that his opponent is still in Dark Age and he could deal some significant damage here. Quick walls on the woodland, unfortunately not working out here for 105, as he will lose at least 1 more villager. No, he saves it actually. So Pleb Guardiola wants to keep the HP intact on his scouts here, as in the another scout is 6. No, it's 11 military total for Pleb Guardiola now. He's with some defensive spearmen, has a gap here on the woodland, but that's easily quick walled, of course. He's investing into more farms and sending yet another spearman forward, so as to when 105 gets to the next age, if he drops a stable for the scouts, he will run into spears. Village finally in for 105, immediate reaction, making 3 spearmen here to deal with these scouts once and for all. With this number of scouts, Pleb Guardiola could even consider getting upgrades on them, getting attack and defense upgrades. He does not have a Luxenth yet, so it's out of the question for the time being, but if he gets defense upgrades on his scouts and even attack, he could challenge spearmen, single spearmen a lot more easily. But very successful flank play from Pleb Guardiola here, rendering the other flank idle a lot. And looking at the villager count, it's 27 villagers against only 29 actually for Pleb Guardiola. So either he's been too busy making scouts, not being able to sustain villagers production, or he's actually been taking some hits at home as well. Let's now have a look at yellow side. Some green scouts raiding a little bit here. Magyar scout, they get forging for free, so they get the +1 attack. Will surely get an elimination Here on the quick wallers, it's 5 scouts total. Villager goes down. Yellow has scouts of his own. Frank scouts, extra HP that helps out a bit, but will still struggle a little bit against the extra attack of Magyars. So I think this one will go down, but some spearmen of his own for Pac-Man Stally here with the top score here. Currently, he has almost the most army here, and is having a nice farm eco working for him as well. And kind of walling off here. You can take these berries as well, considering that Frank's harvest berries more quickly. Magyar's pocket for Sloth King here is defending as well with Spearman here. And looks like Blood Guardiola feels he's done enough damage to Grey here, 105 in the north, so he's going to go for the pocket instead. This is an open map, he will need to scout where the pocket is. He doesn't have a market either, so if his teammates have scouted anything, he won't see it. Bit of a flare going on here. It's full skirms for the Goths player here against the Mayans. And it's actually towers and skirms for Dovake in here, but it seems to be working out decently here. He could be moving on to the gold now, the nice gold of the Mayans player, that's huge. Spearman handling the forward of Pleb Guardiola here for 105, who is about to probably click to the next stage. He's adding a range, maybe he wants to have an option to deal with Spearman on Pikeman later on here. And looks like Guardiola is committing his scouts to the fighting for now, not going for any additional damage for the time being. He is hoping to find an overchop on the woodland here now, though, but I think he'll struggle a little bit against the 3-4 spears that are here. Still no upgrades on the scouts, but getting some more villager kills here. Of course, taking more HP losses, but still it's definitely improving their value here. All players in the feudal age for now, and it's both Pleb Guardiola and 105 the flanks with very little population here, and also Mr. Wolowitz with only 28 here. He's the Mayans pocket for this team. Is it? No, never mind, it's Mayans flank. I'm confusing the teams a little bit here. But he gets assistance from his Frank's pocket now, and the skirms should be going down here as long as they can focus down the spears here somehow. Looks like they're trying to coordinate a bit here, just flaring the spearman. You need to target that one. Looks like he'll be able to, and with 3 scouts attacking here, should be able to clean up the skirms. Provided that they can get the spear out of the game, of course. Red still no forward here, also with some archers of his own. This could be, of course, explain why 105 would go for the range here. Wants skirmishers to deal with the Mongols archers here. All players still in feudal, but 3 players on the way to the castle age. That's both Pleb Guardiola and Pac-Man Stally going up, so that Franks and Mongols will be in the castle age. Meaning Franks could get knights out, and Mongols could get also knights, camels, or Mangudai, or even crossbows if that's going to be his play. Looks like 105 is taking a nice fight here with pikes and skirms, though. They move faster. It's the Lithuanian bonus. Skirms and pikemen move faster. But looking at the stats, there have been losses here. Pleb Guardiola has been, he is on the way up, that's why he's still at 36 villagers, whereas 105 is on 39, but he has not yet clicked to the castle age. So eco-wise and tech-wise, Pleb Guardiola is still ahead here, as he won't be idling his TC for going up to the next age anymore. Mr. Wolowitz here struggling maybe a little bit against Goths here with 11 skirms against 10 archers here. This tower was denied, so that's good news for Mr. Wolowitz. Still has access to his gold, but still needs some kind of option to deal with skirmishers here. So also invested heavily into feudal here. The Mr. Wolowitz, he is not in anywhere near taking up either. So this is Could be dangerous for Mr. Wolowitz if the Gods player is clicking up earlier, but Dovakan here is with the means to click up. He's floating lots of wall, lots of resources here now, but missing the buildings to click up, so he has not done so just yet. He has the range, but I think it is the... Never mind, he must have the archer range somewhere as well. He must have the blacksmith, so he is in a position to click up. He just hadn't done so until now. Green Scouts now getting a bit of raids in on the Frank's pocket here. Some nice raids. Frank's guy isn't really reacting to this. No garrisoning here. He will be losing lots of villagers here. It's down to 37 villagers against a significantly higher count for the opposing team now. It could be that Scouts are blocking pathing a bit here as well, but he really should react to this and garrison before any more villagers get lost here. Castage kicking in for the Goths player, but now there will be knights on the field to deal with his skirmishers easily. This whole army will probably go now to knights and archers from purple and yellow here. Purple hasn't had his gold threatened for a while here, and his woodland is perfectly safe down here as well, so he could be stabilizing a bit here. 105 maybe the player who struggles the most here. He's been producing army, which is good. He's with 29 army total, but he's still not kicked up to the castle age at nearly the 30-minute mark, so that could be devastating for him once the Mongols player gets to a significant mass of army. Cavalry archers and crossbows for Pleb Guardiola here with the appropriate castle age upgrades. He's got Bodkin arrow, I think. No, it's only +2, so he's missing... no, it's +2, so it's yeah, he's got Bodkin arrow. So he outranges any ranged unit that 105 can bring to the field here. Skirms, as said, going down to knights here. There's a bit of signaling going down here. It could be signaling the neutral role or something, or simply the fact that he's bringing the pikes over. That's going to take 105 forever though. Castle Age about to kick in for Mr. Wolowitz. That should mean a significant mass of crossbows for him. Let's have a look at his eco setup. He should be able to afford Bodkin and crossbow no problem. He's getting both of them right now. Crossbows in the north for Pleb Guardiola here. This is a great place to snipe some villagers on this side if he can find them. The Frank's pocket here is walling off a little bit, and with 2 stable production now has a decent mass of knights, missing the +2 though. So this mass of crossbows should be able to snipe this. These are on team of course, but if any player brings crossbows to the field, they could deal with knights here. Forward-ish siege workshop for the Mayans player here. He has his massive crossbows. Looks like the yellow is forced to go home here to deal with Magyar's knights in his base. So look at the Magyars. They get forging and blast furnace for free, so they have 10+2 already. The Frank's knights only have +2 armor, but only +1 attack. They have should probably have the same HP as well now, considering that Bloodlines is in play. So Magyar's knights really slaughter this fight. Yellow tries to bring in 4 knights here to fight. That's not going to be nearly enough here. Cleans up a little bit here, but is still not enough to deal with all of these Magyar's knights here that have run all the way from this side to the other. Crossbows forward for Pleb Guardiola here is crossbows on one side, cav archers on one side, and another group of... Now that's only sheep, never mind, not a group of units in the north, but as said, he found these farms on the side there, very exposed farms on the hill, gets hit here. Meanwhile, 105 is pushing Pleb Guardiola at home at the same time. Full trash push here from 105 with pikes and, well, actually one knight without upgrades at all, a couple of knights, but mainly skirmishers and pikemen here. Still a significant mass of army here, so they might very well be able to deal some damage here, but there's something more important to attend to at home as well. We'll need some army to deal with that. Sends 4 elite skirmishers over, that could be enough to deal with these 6 crossbows. So let's have a look at the right hand side here. Some Magyar's Knights chilling out here, but not nearly enough to challenge 2 Mangonels and loads of crossbows here. Yellow at the moment isn't producing at all. His eco may be in a little bit of trouble here. He has some food and gold though, so he could still be producing knights, but his army wise, he is with 10 army. 1 out of 5 with the impressive number of 61 army here. Although mostly trash here, he has an army mass that is so significant that he should be able to push nicely on red side here. So a bit of layering going on down here. We have 6 defensive Mangonels from Tobakin here. Incredible. It's no way that these archers are going to make any significant damage here. Here come Magyar's Knights to reinforce a little bit as well. Meanwhile, 105 is back in the game. He's only with 33 builders. It's the lowest overall builder count here. His 2 teammates have 90 and 80-ish builders though, so their total builder count is probably higher overall. Defensive castle going up for 105 here. That's going to stop most of the aggression here. Siege and trash push here. But I think 105 is still doing the correct job here, focusing on production capabilities for 105 here. And a massive fight going down in the south here. Lots of mangonels here, crossbows and knights, and here comes a castle for goths here. So Huskarls will be on the menu soon. They would easily deal with crossbows, of course, and siege, but they are weak to knight's fire. Looks like the Franks Knights are getting great hits in here. They are kind of surrounding the mangonels and getting many mangonels out here. It's very good value from the 3-4 Franks Knights that were here. Imperial Age also on the way for the Goths play. What's his eco setup looking like at the moment? He is floating a decent amount of gold food, now dropping more barracks. Once he reaches Imperial Age, he could get advocate that allows him to produce Huskarls from barracks. So he's rushing up some barracks here to make Huskarls. And once he's Imperial Age, he will also be able to research the unique tech that has barracks producing 100% faster. So 7 mangonels on the field. It's only 9 knights for Pac-Man Stally here. So they won't be able to challenge this army over here. Let's have a look over at the north again. Then 105's push has come to kind of a halt. He still has the significant army lead here. Mr. Wololowitz with not too far behind, 37 crossbows or 35 crossbows and a couple of mangonels here. But the castle does deny this push a little bit, and this ridiculous mass of mangonels as well, and wants Huskarls out of the field as well. Don't really see any way for an archer's knight's push here. So I'm surprised not to see any pikemen added to the mix though, considering there are some knights here after all. But Magyar Knights are in the numbers here. That Guardiola just mainly being annoying up in the north here, forcing 105 is forcing Pleb Guardiola to stay at home. He won't really be able to contribute much on the other side, the far side here, but it's also not pushing back, something that would be significant now to draw attention from the green pocket to help out his flanks. But they're pushing, or rather defending nicely on their side right now, not pushing forward just yet. It looks like their army masses are around the same numbers, so more mangonels from purple here as well, and now more Frank Knights than there are Magyar Knights here. Only +1 still for Franks though, that leaves them weaker than the Magyars Knights in the mix here. And look at this significant mass of Huskarls here, maybe 25 Huskarls by now with let's look at the upgrades. Well, missing attack upgrades at least, but ready to rumble very soon. It's Pleb Guardiola is the one struggling the most here army-wise. He is with decent eco at 81 villagers, but he's not really producing too much here now. He's gone into Magadai, but he's up against a significant mass of Lithuanian knights without any upgrades whatsoever here. Pep Guardiola in the village, what's that going to do for him? He could get to the siege bonuses. He's kind of overcompensating a little bit here by garrisoning all of the villagers from down here to bring them inside. So he's with 79 but 31 idols now. And let's have a look at the fight on this side now. Pascal's on the field. Let's see if these mangonels is 9 mangonels now. Could they get some hits in here? It's Imperial Age, so if so this could be Elite Huskarls sooner than we know it as well. Although it's taking a decent fight here now, but with this massive crossbows, it should be trying to maybe challenge the Huskarls as well. Looks like the Magnets are going to be focused down yet again here, but now the Huskarls run in to deal with the mangonels and the crossbows here. A little bit of Magadai raiding in the north here from Pep Guardiola, but they're also taking some unnecessary hits from the Leaf skirmishers here, so I think these are just on patrol stands and not on any help here. But the GG is called as the Mangonels and archers go down here, and yellow and purple are left with no army whatsoever. GG with 2 exclamation marks from 105 himself here. At least he didn't type 105. And that's it for this game. Let's browse through the stats as well. So highest military score for Pac-Man Stanley, so don't quite understand that. Must be maybe resources worth of military. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Winning team here with the most food collected. You need food, of course, for Knight's food, gold. And Goff's player playing it very defensively, but doing so correctly, not allowing the enemies to enter his base completely. Half times here, it's Pleb Guardiola with the most impressive one here with Mongols, and 105 trying the Lithuanians instant rush without much success here is the last one to the Castle Age as well. Villager had 120 for the Goth players, that's pretty significant for the late game. And now let's get back to some more games. I may need to downgrade. I'm just gonna check once again if the Conqueror's game is playable here. Alright, we're getting ready for the next game, which is between German Potatoes and Parabellum from Division 2. It's an arena game. And I'm just going to add the civs here, update my title, and we're good to go. Alright, we're good to go with another game from the League of Empires between German Potatoes and Parabellum from the 2nd division. So let's just dive into the civs here. So we have for German Potatoes here, we have Phoenix playing as the humans, with Burmese from D-Boy on his right hand flank and Turks on the left hand side for his other flank. They are up against Khmer flank. Originally enough for arena, you usually see Khmer in the pocket position, but why not? Khmer flank. We have Frank's pocket with Case's belly here, and his right hand flank is the Britain's Splinkett OG. So except for Frank's, most of these are civs we see a lot on arena, and we are something that is not unlikely to see here is humans going for a bit of feudal boom, getting to the capped ram, and work together with Burmese with a mass of Iron Buy. Could be one castle, could be two castle Iron Buy, could be something completely different, I don't know yet. But the death ball of rams and Iron Buy, capped rams and Iron Buy, is not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, on the other flank, they may need their Turks player to boom, considering these two may be going for more of an all-in play. Or, as Turks, you could of course go for a fast imp play as well, get the power spike to really punish Khmer that are likely to go for the boom still. They could get to the Druid Ages more quickly and yeah, just simply get a kickstart to the boom, being likely first to the Castle Age. But Frank's Pocket, they do get Paladin. That is something that is not to be underestimated for the late game. That's a strong way of taking map control, not to mention the cheap castles that will also help in assuming map control or the resources all around the map, or simply just castle drop your opponents in the end. We also have Britons on the right hand side. Maybe one of the civs that are more likely to be able to stop an Iron Buy push. But then again, with the Cubans capped rams in the mix, stopping that push with archers is not going to be easy on your own. You may need some assistance from your Frank's pocket to deal with it. So this is arena, and I'm kind of out of things to talk about for the moment, so I'm going to have to fast forward a little bit until the players get through the ages here. So humans going up at 20 pop here, so most likely going for the field boom. There's only one wood line here, but with the 12 villagers working on it, so that suggests some wood savings for actually dropping the TC and maybe even dropping some military buildings here. Here comes the second TC being built with 8 villagers here, as Phoenix is about to lose his scout on the Britain's player's side. Field village now also kicking in for the Khmer player, who is maybe going to go straight for the castle age here, something he did with his 24 pop here, so pretty early cast age up for Khmer. Again, reaching the cast age well before the other players can even click up to the next stage. Feudal boom for the humans, of course, probably going to be the last player to the cast age here. So is it a German language here? So it's probably the German potatoes uploading this one. They are with the lower score, but once the feudal age kicks in for players, they are up. Look, note the villager population count for Phoenix here. He lost his scout, so his villagers count is 31. His eco set up for not Phoenix. I was going for where's Artor's player? Here's Artor's player, Teal. He's on the way to the castle age. He's with 7 on gold and still on the bears and dropping more farms here. It looks like a fast in play to me for now. Our player is in the castle age, dropping a monastery, not dropping for the TCs here, surprisingly enough. Might want to exploit the earlier app for okay, forward siege workshop here. So we want to punish the humans here, going for the feudal boom. And could be looking at a monk siege push here from Seizan, and that could obstruct humans in the plan of going together with the Burmese flank to go for iron by capped rams here. But look at these villager counts. It's of course staying in feudal age for Phoenix, but he's committing to production from both TCs. Is going to have a massive eco going for him soon enough. He is now with 17 on wood, 23 on food, none on gold for now. So he's still going to stay in the feudal age for a while. Meanwhile, all the other players are approaching the castle age, and let's have a look at Teal's eco again. He's at 830 gold already, has enough gold for imperial age, missing a little bit of food though. Yeah, so forward siege workshop from Khmer, not really doing too much. Monks siege, where are the monks coming from? They're probably coming from his home base then. Splitting them up is only bringing in the relics for now. Scout is on the field. That's a light cav, isn't it, for Turks? So might actually win this fight. Not too much military on the field just yet. There was a mangonel in production. It's inside Seizan's siege workshop here now, but our Turks player is going to click the Imperial Age and will be reaching the Imperial Age at, well, quite early here. Looks like a university for Khmer here. Interesting. So a little bit of scouts fighting on the field if they haven't spotted it yet. Actually, Green doesn't see this in the scouting intel, so you won't really be, might be caught off guard here by the mangonels on the field. However, Phoenix is on the way up to the castle age. with 2 mangonels going forward. No monks to support it for now. And there is indeed the double castle for the Burmese player here. He's going double castle Iron by against the Britain's player who has 2 ranges up but hasn't really started army production just yet. Look at the numbers here. It's actually Frank's player with some knights on the field here now. Will easily deal with these mangonels forward now. This push is not going to do anything for Seizan here, unfortunately. He will be losing both monks and monks and mangonels to knights here. If the knights would just attack, something they're not really doing, not focusing the monk here, so the monk could get a free conversion here. Weird. And again, I'm messing up the colors here. These are of course on the same team. It's Frank's knights and monks and siege here. And breaking through. I must be getting tired here. Anyway, knights are let through the gate here for Phoenix. Phoenix, he reached the castle age. He will be able to produce, should be producing camels at this point to deal with the Frank's knights, but he's committing to knights of his own with the +1 here. They are as strong as the knights, Frank's knights here, but it's 4 stable production for Phoenix. He is not with enough villagers of gold to sustain 4 stable constant production with knights though, shouldn't be. Mangonels and rams and monks for orange here now, pretty strong. Meanwhile, D-Boy is with 11 iron by breaking through the Britain players' walls here and adding iron by as we go, of course, with even more, but there are some crossbows here. No defensive castle for Phoenix just yet. He simply doesn't have stone at all, so this could be hurtful. 1 castle and he stops the monk siege push immediately here, but he is not in a position to do so at the moment. But he seems to be cleaning up nicely here, even with knights. I would still love to see Phoenix adding camels here to this mix. There are scouts in his stables. They was thinking there might be a misclick, but they're handling the monks here, so maybe not a bad addition after all. Let's have a look at the iron by. Meanwhile here they are now with 19-20 iron by now. Could melt this town center like it was paper here. I think they will do just that. Some crossbows for the Britons, but not nearly enough to deal with this. Looks like their yellow pocket will be forced to react on this side as well. The Cuban player can't offer any rams on this side though, because he's busy handling the forward of orange here. Bombard cannons from the Turks player are on field, but if the scouts or mangonels get close, this could be devastating for the bombard cannons. Meanwhile, Burmese player is holding his own. He might even take out a TC here. One of 2 TCs for the Britain's player. Phoenix is losing his production capabilities though, and 1 bombard cannon even converted here for Seizan, so that's good value for him. Bombard cannons are probably the most expensive unit in the whole game. But a notable amount of army for Phoenix here now is with 9 knights, and it's cleaned up most of Orange's forward here, and who is now dropping barracks. Just snipe the builder and he won't have any more buildings here, but the buildings are eradicated by D-Boys. Bombard cannons here being the only player in the Imperial Age, and he's still on 1 TC. They're all on, except the Cubans player, they're all on 1 TC push here now. The Iron by are they being cleaned up here? They've of course done some serious damage on this side. Looking at the villager counts here, they've diminished the villager counts of their opposing team, but pulls the Iron by away. Maybe wants to help to deal with the forward production here first and foremost here. Let's have a look at the other players' ecos here. D-Boy in Imperial Age with Turks, but 1 TC is very limited in the food and gold and everything department here, but helping out nicely with 4 bombard cannons here to just make sure that no further forward will be made by the Khmer flank here. So I'm also a bit surprised that their flank went straight for the Cuman's pocket, but that's probably because Cuman can't stonewall and are extending their field age that he did the Monk Siege push all the way over here. But he should be hitting his own flank, which is closer, and which he should be suspecting to go fast in. That could also have been a nice target. Now 7 bomber cannons on the field, of course killing buildings like they were paperwork here. And Burmese player now hitting their Frank's pocket here. And the Frank's pocket, even though he has cheap castles, he's not in any position to place any just yet because he hasn't been mining stone. He has knights with +1 attack, +2 defense, but Ironby deal range melee or attack. Deal range melee attack takes a choke point here, and the Frank's knights simply can't engage here. So blue player has been engaging on Britain's, setting the Britain's player back a lot here. Now he's taking out the Frank's stables here, so the Frank's player will be in a worse spot to actually make further army here. It's roughly equal numbers, but Frank's is being outnumbered here, and D-Boy keeps taking the choke points here. Now some Cuban knights coming in, but I think he told his teammate, I don't really need your help right now. I can handle this with my army, even though they are inaccurate. I have the numbers and can kill here. Doesn't look like any other players are clicking up just yet. Most of them are on 1 or 2 TCs. Britain's player is with 58 villagers. He has 2 teammates at 72 each. So villager count's pretty even here. But looks like they now want to hit the Khmer player at home with a triple attack here with Ironby, Knights and Bomber Cannons here. How do you fend off this as Khmer? Makes sense to attack Khmer, they're a mobile civ, they have access to battle elephants, so you can't really give them the boom, but Khmer guy he's trying to go for the boom now, but he's going to be 3v1, and his teammates, he doesn't have any armor of his own, Casus Belly has 15 knights or so, and the Britain's player does have some archers, but it's a long way for the archers to go all the way over here and defend. So the walls will be breached. Khmer player is even getting housed here from this forward here with the bomber cannons. 9 bomber cannons total, just melting everything here. Ironby now running in. Knights coming in to help, and the Knights of Green are out of position, so the bomber cannons are in danger. Even though there are 10 bomber cannons, the Knights, if they can get there, they could snipe all of those. But the Ironby brought back, and the Knights need to flee once again. Then turn +1 attack for both players. They're as strong, the Knights, and Red's crossbows are here as well. They have the 5+3 attack. The crossbows can handle the Ironby, of course, but the bomber cannons are left alone over here. They're completely exposed and not being attacked here. So that's a bummer for Orange that those are kept alive, and the army is even being cleaned up here from red and yellow. Looking at the army, 7, 0, 24. Once the archers are out, the Parabellum team, I believe it is, they will be left with no army whatsoever and no means to save their Khmer flank, who is now subject to 13 bomber cannons fire. Let's see how that TC takes. That's almost 2-shotting in the TC here with bomber cannons. Once 3 goes up, could try to get some conversions here, but probably just wants to try and save the relics, but this buildings in his Heisan space he will just go down so quickly here. It's a mass of almost 60 army here. It's still a 2v1 on the Khmer player. You don't want Khmer live on arena, I get that, so they're just extending the forward here, and his 2 allies are just not in a position to add enough army here because they have been under attack themselves before this forward here. So it does look very grim for Parabellum here, as German Potatoes have almost 100 army total and will be demolishing the next opponent next. Brutal indeed. It's just there's no way back from this for Parabellum, and the GG well played is called here. A short but efficient arena game with strategy seen a lot lately with double castle Ironby. Committing to Castle Age, still the only player in the Imperial Age is the Turks player who went for the fast Imperial here, reaching Imperial Age at a whooping 20:05. So let's have a look at the stats here. Military KD 74-28 for D-Boy here. That's just pure Ironby domination there. A nice micro from keeping so many of them alive after all, not losing that much. B-Boy as well, doing his fast input, mainly helping out on the forward, or helping out to defend Phoenix, who was the latest one to the cast stage, being humans. 859 feudal boom into 20, so cast stage. Timing was pretty good to deal with the forward that came from the current play with the Monk and Siege, which Phoenix actually didn't have scouted, but maybe one of his teammates had. I had no eco, so I could focus on my crane 100%. Okay, yeah, that guy explains it then. You don't need to attend to your eco, you just try and keep your numbers alive. That's also one way to play it. Phoenix with the superior food eco here probably had highest villager count as well. Yeah, that's it. Frank's pocket not too far behind though. It was his 102. And Kamura play with the very fast cast late here, but not using it for boom, going for a monk siege push instead, which unfortunately happened maybe just a little bit too late in terms of army mass, and Phoenix and D-Boy was able to hold it off and buy D-Boy some time to do his double castle iron buy. Alright, we're moving on to another one here. That's going to be... It's going to be an Oasis game. Yeah, let's do the Oasis game here. Just going to add the civs command here quickly, and then we're off to cast the next game. Right, off to an Oasis game here, people. It's the 4th division again now, so we're in the lowest division, and we have 5-shot versus Zoom and Boom. So Oasis, huge Oasis in the middle here, a little bit of fish. You seldom see people. No, there's actually no fish. That was only a bird. So you seldom see people going for it because you have to chop through all of this wood to get there. Actually, on this side it's not so far in. That's a weird generation, a bit of a Pac-Man style format here. There are some water buffalo in the middle here. I hope they are not bugged for the players. I don't think that's the case. Looks now, these are just the extra buffaloes spawning across the map. So Oasis, it's a fairly easy map to close off and play it kind of like Black Forest, but because you have the crossings on either side, you just wall it up with palisades or stone walls or whatnot. Usually the play that buys you time for all 3 players to go for the boom, so that's likely what's going to happen, but it's not a naturally closed map, so we might be seeing feudal age aggression here as well. So let's have a look at the civs here. We have on the flank here is Fighting Bones playing as the slabs for Team Zoom and Boom here. He has a Spanish pocket here for Curly. So they may be thinking ahead here because the Spanish, they have a boost on their trade. In Oasis game tend to go long. So that's why you want to have the good trade, and trade unit generate 25% gold for Spanish. Spanish also have a completely full blacksmith tech tree, and ships probably won't apply here, but they have access to bomber tower, nice monk tech tree. They have just so many options. Could be useful throughout the game here. And on the right hand flank it's Cumans for the Tortilla monster here. So for the other team, we see the blue player here on the flank is Goff's flank for DK Dev here. That's going to be annoying for the other flank for sure. And in the middle, in the pocket position, is Crispianus playing as the Saracen. Saracen's pocket, so maybe we'll actually see some Mamelukes in play this game, you never know. And his other flank is Cuman, his Proxys. Do we have a Cuman's mirror on the side here? We do. So actually the one isn't likely to be any stone walls on this side then, because Cumans only have access to palisade walls, but at least the palisades have a little bit more HP. So again, I'm kind of running out of things to talk about here, so I'm just going to speed it up a little bit till we get to maybe to some aggression later on here. Pay attention. Looks like players are producing consistently here. Red is getting Loom now for slabs, maybe precautionary measures for luring the war or something, or just simply to compensate for idle time here. It's Fighting Bones is the one falling the most behind in villagers here, being housed a little bit, and did take Loom as well as taking the Rhino all the way out here for some reason. But I guess he wants to drop a mill here and hunt the Ibexes, so he's just going to gather this, then put a mill. No, is far long distance hunting here. So most of the players going up to the feudal age. Cuban's player is up. Here come the barracks stable, so he might be trying for a scout rush here, but Proxys is also walling off here. He's going for a bit of an costly wall here, where he could just wall off towards the edge. Let's have a look at his scouting here. He knows that he could wall off towards the edge, but he's seeing some military movement here, so maybe he's preparing for that and rather wants to secure his eco from scout raids and not risk losing walling villagers in this side. That could be the case here. But both Cuban players up to the next stage, both Cuban players probably dropping their second TC. No, purple is delaying his second TC for now. He's going for the military aggression instead. He's going some scouts. Could work. Grey is not completely walled yet. So there's an entry here for the Tortilla Monster scouts. But will it pay off though when we're up against two town centers here? The only arguably vulnerable point for the moment is this gold here for Curly, so no, for Proxys. On the other side, Goths, they don't get stone walls either, so actually 5-shot team won't really be able to secure the sides unless the Saracen player comes all the way and stone walls for them, which he could do later on, of course. But looks like both players are going for stone walls. Stabs player as well has secured side here, where he is in the process of stone walling and is keeping the villagers on the outside here, so he's going to have some villager presence on the far side of the wall here. Man at arms here for the Goths player, maybe not too surprising. Man at arms towers, and could be punishing the flank here. Looks like he will break through, and these towers will make a living hell for Fighting Bones on this side, who is pretty low in score right now with 23 villagers total and some idols at that. Proxys seems to have secured himself now from scouts raids from the Tortilla Monster, but that's not to stop the Tortilla Monster from going to the Saracen's pockets and roam around here and cause some damage here. So the potential is here. He's even stealing quite a few water buffaloes here. And let's have a look at the flank side here. 2 forward towers for DK Dev already. He's committing to this. He has 6 villagers on stone and forcing defensive towers from the stats player here. I think that's the only tower he can afford at the moment. He is not mining stone. He was going kind of for the fast castle play here with at least with the food setup, but now his gold is off limits. He needs to find a different gold. He has scouted both of them actually, so that's an opportunity to move away to them. Let's look at Blue's scouting here. If he sees these neutral golds, he sees at least one of them, so he could be denying that one next. Now he's bringing the men at arms in to deal with one of the defensive towers here, but now the Tortilla monster has brought some scouts all the way around to help out a little bit against the aggression on this side. It's peculiar since the Spanish pocket doesn't really offer anything. It's up to the cast age though, something that could be said about the Saracens player as well. So both pockets will have a power spike with the cast age, with actually the Spanish pocket reaching the cast age first here with also, well, it's the same builder count for both. Scouts in these numbers, together with some spears of fighting bones, so leaves them in a position to defend against the men at arms. Tower rushing won't proceed any further forward here, but Dev is palisade walled here, so his base is safe for the moment, except from Tortilla monster scouts running the other way, because Proxys hasn't walled all the way until the edge here, so things could still happen from the right hand side, but now all of Tortilla monsters RB is on this side. So it looks like our Saracen player is committing to stables here. He's going for both knights and camels here, but with no upgrades for now. 3 stables, not a market yet, surprisingly enough, as Saracens, they have a bonus for their market. They can trade resources for better prices. While Proxys was constructing a gate here that left the Tortilla monster with an opening to go inside with some scouts, might be able to deal some damage now, coming with 3 scouts here. Probably pulled his scouts back from this side and yeah, and coming all the way over to his own flank again. Maybe his teammates told him, dude, you have to focus on your flank, don't bother with our side, we got this. But Spearmen are out for Proxys here. He's defending nicely for the time being. He is now dropping a market, could be considering going up here, I guess. He's dropped an archer range as well. A castle coming up from the pocket in Fighting Bones base here. Fighting Bones still in the field edge. What's his eco setup like? He's with 38 population total, still missing gold. He's not been taking the neutral golds yet, so he's not really seeing any way up here. He's not gotten market either, so we won't be seeing red reaching cast age anytime soon. Meanwhile, the Tortilla monster, the Cumans player on the left side team here for Zoom and Boom, is in the cast age, could be going for knights and camels himself now, but he's going for the triple TC Boom now. He's walled off after all, so he's not too worried about aggression on his side. And while Crispianus, the pocket player for the Saracens, is realizing that their red flank is not really in a position to click up anytime soon yet, so he's committing to his forward, moving his forward further on to curb this side here with his 2 military on this side, not really doing too much here other than idling a little bit of the gold miners. So Castle Age kicks in for Proxys as well. That's the other Cuban player is getting Thumbring, so he's going to commit to Archer's play here with Cumans. They do get crossbows, but that's about where it stops as well. But Thumbring again will come in handy if he goes for Kipchaks later, which you might will because it's now going with 4 on stone. Could be looking at the castle drop here, or it's just for another DC, could be as well. Scouts break in here, but they're running straight to the spears. They are dead meat. Meanwhile, conquistadors are being made from Curly on the left-hand side. Shouldn't be any issue for them to break through DK Dev's palisade walls down here. Also, gunpowder units are now conquistadors are actually considered cav archers, but still they should be able to handle spears and men-at-arms easily. I don't know about Huskarls. I haven't really seen any Huskar going up against the conquistador yet, so I couldn't answer that. But they'll probably still do decent. So trying some house walls up the hill there, probably with walling uphill it's not so easy to see the gaps. Tortilla monster probably expected to be safe here and full wall, but you don't see the time gap between here and the camels, and knights are allowed to run in more. So a few more camels here for Crispianos. No armor at all though, it's only 6+1 attack, but mixing in knights and camels could prove useful against at least against Spanish here if they opt for the knights line later on. DK Dev has quite a few men-at-arms here now and is committing to the infantry line. He does not have any upgrades either, so this could be a more efficient army if he had at least some attack and defense here. And the conquistadors may slaughter this right now due to the fact that they don't have any upgrades whatsoever. So a bit of a waste. This castle will be denied as well from the conquistadors, so there's some nice pocket play from Curb Lee here. Saracen's pocket, still with only 1 TC here, but in exchange able to produce some army. I don't know where his camels went, and maybe they were fought back somewhere here. Yeah, he's here, he's getting some kills, getting some raids in here on Curb Lee, who is on 2 TCs though, so it should show in the village accounts when the time passes. The Tortilla monster, the one with the strongest eco, is probably the only one with the 3 TC boom here. Most players are going 1, maybe 2 TCs here. And Red is still in feudal, so he's pretty incapacitated here. He's not really in this game at this point, but he might get back into it if he can mine some gold and finally get that Castle Age click. He is actually in a position to do so now, clicking up, but he's missing 2 buildings to go to the next stage here. Some Saracen Knights coming on this side as well. Now they have +2 attack actually, but no defense. So they will be very weak against conquistadors, considering they don't have any defense. The blue has almost finished his castle here now, is getting there after all. And he's taking longswordsman, still no attack or defense upgrades though. Let's have a look at the right hand side. Also a forward castle for proxies here, so he's dropping a castle, might be making some kipchaks here against his human's opponent, who is committing more to the boom here. It's not too much military presence overall here, but this castle is going to... I was going to say it's going to deny the stone, but actually it won't. But it is indeed kipchaks for the grey player here, as the Tortilla monster is forcing up a defensive castle of its own and is also pretty heavily on stone, so I think it's going to be kipchaks eventually for the Tortilla monster as well. Archery range is stable for Slab's player here, still not clicked up to the Castle Age, and we're at the 30-minute mark here now, so that needs to happen soon. But now he has the buildings, probably should be clicking up, might be waiting for the market to complete as well, but he does have the buildings now. There it is, Castle Age coming up. Yeah, still some Saracen Knights forward here. Army numbers, nothing too significant here though. It's overall war army for 5-shot, team 5-shot here though. But now some kipchaks ready to raid on the right hand side here, accompanied by some camels. So the kipchaks need to be close here to deal with these pikemen, and then the camels will be fine. It looks like the camels are headed straight for the pocket here. No, they're running on the TC, sniping some builders here, and yeah, he has loom, should be fine here, although he did lose 1 builder. Another castle coming up. Is there any kipchak production for the Tortilla monster now, or is it just defensive measures here? Let's have a look. No Kipchaks for purple here, but the defensive castles are at decent placements here, protecting TCs, protecting the economy, farms, and looks like Zoom and Boom want to start trade already. Or not already, it's the 33-minute mark, but trade is still more of a mid-late Imperial thing to consider. But some nice Kipchaks raid from Proxys here now. Looks like he's making progress on the Tortilla Monster side, but he will be needing Imperial Age himself to really pose a threat here. He's able to click the Imperial Age now, since he has the castle, he has the resources to do so. He should just kick up and get his traps out, and he could handle this, at least this castle from up the hill, and then go for this castle next, maybe from the hill as well, and he should be in a very great spot here. Saracens player playing knights on the left hand side here. He has mixed in some camels as well, of course, but it's mainly the cavalry player for stables. Saracens have amazing camels, and yellow has some military on the field, but he's keeping them at home for the moment. Red is finally in the castle age, dropping another TC now on the woodline, so the TC should be decent and decently safe here. The castle is also offering protection for his main goal here. But Gray's army masses are growing more scary here. It looks like he may want to... I'd love to see some capped rams here from Gray as he is Cumans, because that he could actually use to take out castles. Kipchaks for the Tortilla Monster, but looking at the upgrades is more significant for Proxys. I'm assuming that no, their range is going up for the Tortilla Monster as well, so he might just be getting or having Tumbling already. Magnetals are doing work here, but I'd love to see... There's the Imperial Age click, but he could also opt for the Captor and play here now, dropping lots of stables, maybe for light cav raids, maybe for knights into paladins. Meanwhile, one market is put up by Fighting Bones down here. No market in the north just yet, but they did signal it not long ago, so they want to go for the trade here. Currently is bringing in some pikes to defend, but that's not going to cut it against Kipchaks here. They have range and fire quickly after all. Stables going down for Tortilla Monster here. Once Imperial Age kicks in, it's going to be a far Imperial Age lead for Proxys here. Treb War is his to win. So military numbers, Tortilla Monster is with a significant military here now. It's elite skirms with the appropriate upgrades, spikes, and it's Kipchak, so he may very well be able to hold here, even with the Treb push coming his way. He will have a hard time sniping Trebs with this army, but here comes a defensive castle from Kirby on the hill as well, so if he can reach the Imperial Age, they might be able to push back here. Left hand side, we have some pushing with longswords on now with the +1 attack, so that helps a little bit. Defensive castle going up for Fighting Bones is committing enough that this will probably go up, I think, before these guys can break through. This is a dangerous spot though. Now longswords not attacking the palisades here. They could have broken through by now if they'd gone for that one. But some flaring going on here now. Red Knights are trying to take out production of DK Dev now, forcing him to pull back actually, and Mangonel as well, ready to try and get a hit on the longswords. But Proxys is up and imp with the Q-traps right away. He should be doing so. He has floating lots of resources here now. He's trying to drop a second castle on the hill, but that's going to be denied, and the villagers will go down. Mangonel's not really helping out here. The Kipchaks, of course, can't engage the skirms, but the Mangonels can. Saves the villagers inside the castle, and now might get it up. And Saracen's Pocket is gathering his army now on the side here in this pocket over here. Will be up against quite a few conquistadors now, but Imperial Age far away from Kirby, so they're both going to fight each other with Cast Age armies here. Another castle is up for Proxys, but Elite Kipchak being prioritized here, not Trebs. It's a peculiar choice considering his opponent is has still not reached the Imperial Age. With 3 or 4 Trebs out here, then he would easily pick off the castles and Purple would have nothing to do with it. It's 56 army for Purple now against 21 only for Grey, but Grey has the castles to backstab, so he is able to keep his army numbers alive up here with no huge problems here. So significant army numbers building up on the left hand side as well here. It's 17 army for Teal here, mainly knights with full upgrades, but then there are elite skirms and long swords here for the Goths player, and the elite skirms will be handling the conquistadors nicely, and the knights could handle the siege. So this is a nice defensive measure from blue and teal on this side. They're ready to attack. They need, of course, to deal with this castle. So, but blue is about to reach Imperial Age as well, so he could bring troops on the field to deal with those defensive castles on this side. I have no idea what he was even flaring there. Yeah, they want to set up trade now. That's probably what they are flaring. Dropping some markets, so both teams will have trade. Both teams will... I was going to say both teams will have Spanish trade, but they want is left-hand side that had the Spanish on the team. They only have one market each, though 2 markets down south. But with the Spanish, they will be bringing in more gold per trip. Proxys will be losing his first forward castle now and is up against superior military numbers. So it's 70 military for the Tortilla monster now. And let's have a look at his eco count here. He's still floating lots of resources. He is heavily pop capped though from losing one castle here, so he will have to address that somehow. But with some help from his pocket, he may very well be able to take a fight on the hill here now. This Mangonel could get a juicy shot in here though. But looks like the Kipchak are taking decent fights here now. The Skirps are backing away. There is a Mangonel castle back here after all. Mangonel getting a nice hit on the Kipchak of purple. He's cleaning up all of those actually, and purple is down to 57 military, but it's still only up against 31 from grey, so still it's probably the military lead, and now with 5 troops total to challenge the second forward castle of Proxys here. Proxys with 2 troops of his own, but that's not going to be enough here. Cap Ram could, or even Siege Ram could be a nice addition here now, considering it's mainly skirms and pikemen here now for purple. But it's 5 troops firing uphill, and even uphill they are dealing damage quickly to this castle. No villagers reacting to repair. This castle might go down. So teal and blue still just chilling out on this side. All the players are in the Imperial Edge now. That means that slinging is also an option. Spanish player with 3 TC eco. Same with no Slavs player, still only with 2. But the second forward castle of Proxys is down. Imagine if you'd taken out these 2 castles here before Purple could hit Imperial Age. He would be in such much better spot. He would still have his hill, and he would be able to keep pushing. Of course, the higher army numbers of Purple would be tough to handle, but not at all impossible, all things considered. Teal is helping out nicely as pocket on this right hand side as well. He has knights and camels on the field here. Knights will only be knights though. Saracens only get knights, but the camels are some of the best in the game for the Saracens. We have a little bit of trade going on here right now, bringing back some revenue as Crispianus is bringing all of his army back. Is it maybe to deal with these pikes, or is he going to bring them all the way over to the other side? They're champions now for the Goth player. Not at all too many barracks here. He should have started the Goth spam by now, I think, as Heavy Camel is coming in for Crispianus. They also have the market set up, but no trade started whatsoever just yet. Wondering what they're waiting for on this side actually. They could maybe waiting for more troops, but they're really holding off on attacking here. They have a significant mass of units here now, and just need to take down the defensive castles to deal nicely with things here. Siege here could be a problem. Then Scorps and Magnels could get some nice hits in on the infantry, but still it's Imperial Age units against Castle Age army here for fighting bones. Although he is Imperial Age, he could maybe consider taking into stronger siege like Onager or these kinds of things. Or even Conquistadors mousing up on this side now. Gray still with pretty low army numbers, all things considered. 21 here now. He might risk losing this to the Conquistadors, but Yellow is taking this hill for his team now by placing some production buildings here, so there won't be any new forward castles on this side. Hussars are coming in and tanking Conquistador shots quite nicely here. Actually, it looks like the Hussars can challenge the Conquistadors here, but I think the Conquistadors are missing some upgrades here as well, so that plays in too. But the Hussars are acting as meat shield against the Conquistadors, while the Kipchaks in the behind here can get hits in on both the Halves and Conquistadors here. Numbers are dwindling for Kirby, but they're still keeping higher numbers than Gray here, and Gray's more or less fighting a 1v2 right now. He's getting some Hussars in from Teal, but that's not really doing too much. Looks like the forwarding has slightly begun on the left hand side here now, targeting the walls, then probably going for the castles next. But purple and yellow are doing a nice push on the right hand side here now. They have gained back the hill as said, and they might even push further forward now, bringing in all of purple's tribes here now. Should be dealing with the production here nicely, and even this castle when they get to it. Actually, they don't know there's a castle there, but once they scout it, they should be able to take it down with the 4 traps. And lots of conquistadors in this field as well, so yellow is having a huge presence on both sides here. Halves are provided by fighting bones here. That's going to do nicely against the Saracens army here as well. And it's 5 shots teams that is in trouble now because they're so heavily behind in both villagers and army here. The population of Proxys especially is looking rather grim here. He has some army presence, but he may just lose his little base here now. So they are very dependent on being able to push on the left hand side here now, but there are conks defending here as well. So doesn't look too pretty for a 5-shot here now. They had the opportunity to push from this side, but was really hesitant about it and allowed Fighting Rose especially to get back into the game. He was in Feudal Age for a long time and didn't really do too much, and is now on the field with Scorpions and Halberdiers here, although missing some upgrades. Right hand side, mostly a trash push here now helps, and skirmishers together with 4 traps though to deal with production here. And another forward casting being dropped by Curly here. Spanish player is playing pocket to perfection here now, helping out on both sides and choosing the fights and playing them up, gaining map control slowly but surely here. This is quite a few Goths champions though, but there are just too few barracks for Goths here to do the Goths spam efficiently here, so I think Blue may be floating lots of resources now that he's not really using. Is quite a bit of food and gold here, and should be replenishing army a lot more efficiently here. Even though he has 43 army on the field, he will be losing numbers to the siege and conquistadors here. Looks like it's going to be a breach on the right hand side now. 3 traps still alive here, firing away at the castle. Even uphill is doing decent damage here. There's conquistadors and halves here. Halves actually running after the Kipchaks here. If they can get close enough, they will get some kills, but they're pulling back away again here. Saracens player is providing camels though, but will be running into halves here, right? So he needs to be careful. He might be losing numbers needlessly here, but his main hope is to snipe the traps here. It shouldn't be too much of an issue for the Tortilla monster though. He still has eco enough to replenish some traps. And let's have a look at the Spanish here. So it looks like all of their team is floating decent amounts of gold here. They're floating so much resources, in fact, that they could produce army non-stop here. Continuing the push, the castle is down. Another castle is being attempted, but it's downhill from here, so some traps, couple of traps on the hill here should be able to deal with this castle nicely anyway. Another castle from Fighting Bones over here though, so they are limiting the push on the left hand side here. It's incredible how Fighting Bones has made its way back into this game after being subject to men-at-arms towers from the Goth player and being incapacitated from Feudal Age for a long while. But the right hand side is what's important now. castle is actually denied here from Proxys, and that leaves his base very vulnerable here. He is down to 0 military and 78 villagers, so he might just die here. He may need to flee, and I think he started already moving down here, getting some stables up, but he's very dependent on the help from his teammate now. He's trying to drop another castle. Will have to bail on this one. Should be deleting it before he loses all that or the rest of that stone, but looks like it's going down anyway. That stone is lost. What is his eco situation like? Proxys is floating lots of resources, but he's only at 75 pop, and he is desperate to drop houses and castles and whatnot. This castle should easily be denied as well from teal and yellow if they're paying attention here. They are seeing the foundation, but they may just allow this one to go up. It's only a couple of villagers building this one, so that's kind of peculiar that they're not addressing that, but they must be feeling very much in a dominating position here, killing off one player here. And Ghost player also at 84 villagers, so he's not really booming too much here. Saracen's Pocket has extended his eco, so he's with a superior villager count here, but the population count overall looks worrying here, as both yellow and purple are more or less pop capped here and could just keep pushing. Once they get to the Saracen's Pocket, I think it's GG for them, because then there's just no way back. Looks like red is also holding this side together with yellow, so I don't think 5-shot will break through on this side either. So Proxy is desperately trying to hold on here, trying to quick wall a little bit of houses to limit the expansion here, but there's a lot of army to be dealt with here. There are some camels and hussars here to deal with the light cab, but with helps in the mix here, that's going to be very tough to handle after all. Conquistadors will be getting some shots in on the camels as well, and Teal will be losing his military numbers yet again. Here he's now to 32 military. Ghost player now with 107 military, but he's not really doing anything on his side. There's a couple of elite skirms, but lots of champions here with the full upgrades. Maybe they could do a push after all on this side, but with this amount of heavy scorpions, quite a few here, that's going to be an issue behind the walls there. Proxys is down to 58 villagers, some idols as well, and he does have some military. He's now gone into step lancers for some reason. They will also struggle against the Halps, but maybe they could get better hits on the elite conquistadors. Should slaughter the skirms at least, but the Halps will still be an issue here. So have a quick look at the eco tab here, look at the gold count. So the king, I don't think blue has too much trade going for him, because he's running low on gold, but he's been producing as well, of course. Mainly trash for Crispianus now. Is there a reason for that? Is he out of gold or what? He's not at all. But especially for Proxys now, it's looking rather grim, considering its economies with 45 villagers is 85 pop total, and here comes some Ghost champions to help out on this side. This is a very slow moving army from DK, but they are having some army presence on this side as well, dropping some castles, so maybe they can push back. Looks like they're pushing back the aggression to some extent here. It's not enough army from purple and yellow here now to deal with this kind of mass, actually. So maybe we're seeing a pushback here now, but they still have to. There's our infantry of melee units that have to pass some castles here, so it's easier said than done. Yeah, keeping the numbers on control. Looks like they're going to make use of all three players. They're very lacking production here now for both red and grey. You know, red is pushing on this side with conquistadors and now hand cannoneers for Spanish. That's of course going to deal with champions nicely, but there's still the issue of skirmishers though that will counter hand cannoneers. Then again, there are heavy scorpions here. Look at how they are weakening this so much, and Onager on the field as well. If the Onager gets a hit in on these elite skirms, suddenly DK Dive doesn't have any army presence at all on this side. He's losing so many numbers. He's 70 military, but now some of it is over here as well. to deal with House on this side. Hussars are running in as well, so it's a nice combination there with Champions and Hussars, but aggression on this side needs to be dealt with as well. Castles are going down here. The Spanish players mainly presence on this side now, and I guess they were content with the killing of Grey, but Grey is kind of rebooming here. He's dropped the TC in the trade outs on farms as well. His village count is increasing again. It's with 58 villagers now, and his KD is positive after all, but his eco is pretty limited here. Hussars brought over to this field now could maybe challenge the siege here now. Its Scorpion numbers are being lost for red here. The traps may very well go down here as well, but some helps are brought into reinforced here, but they're not really attacking the Hussars though. Some camels and Hussars are brought in. Traps are the main priority here now, but looks like great fights from yellow and red here now to fight back a little bit on this side. Right hand side, no pushing is going on. Grey has literally lost his whole base here, starting base. He could maybe consider reclaiming his farms over here, but this is where the action is at the moment, so that's where the attention of his teammates need to be. Populations are increasing for everyone now. Fire and Proxies is with 122 and villager count is increasing, so he's getting back into the game. But another castle is being dropped semi-forward by Curb Lee here, so he's still committing to the Conquistadors. Will he be going? He's going Elite Conquistadors. And Grey in Proxies is all the way over here with his Step Lancers. He's running into Halfstow, so he will be losing these numbers quickly, and his eco isn't too pretty overall here. Let's have a look at the others. Red is floating so much resources he could probably just sling his teammates if needed, and no, red is in green. Yellow is floating lots of resources as well. Let's look at purple. A bit low on gold, so if you get some sling from teammates, he could provide more army as well. And mass amounts of elite Kipchaks here, just slaughtering whatever the opposing team brings to the table on this side. Mainly Hussars pushing for Crispianos on the left hand side now. This Spanish castle may or may not go up here. Let's see if we can quick wall it. There aren't any ranged units around to stop it, so a quick wall on this side as well, and the castle goes up. Nice quick wall there, and it's a palisade as well, and maybe, just maybe, this castle goes up. Right hand side, some Kipchaks and elite skirms are pushing in though. Looks like purple will be able to handle the push here mostly on his own. He's looking at the ridiculous mass of Step Lancers again though. So Grey really likes his Step Lancers here. I guess with the Cuman's unique tech they produce rather quickly, so that could be the reasoning for that. Trev just melts here, but they are weak to Archer's Fire, so I think they will struggle against Kipchaks here after all. Kipchak should just run back to the hill as well and get the hill bonus, and some helps are brought into the mix. These are lots of gold units going down the drain for Proxies here, but look at KD Proxies with 300 kills something, 200 something lost, and yellow with 400 kills and 200 something deaths. So it's yellow especially taking the great fights here, keeping his military numbers very high. He's with 100 plus military now. It's a mix of hand cannons and conquistadors. Not ideal against the Elite Skirms, but numbers wise they should still be winning this. Some heavy scorpions into the mix from fighting bones here as well. So Proxies with his army on red and here is not allowing purple to push on his own, but there are elite conquistadors as well from yellow here to help out. Mainly Hussars here, some camels, but they will run right into Halberdiers here, so this will be a slaughter from purple. This will be easy kills for purple here, with more units lost than units killed, but he's killing quite a few here now, and yellow is bringing a lot of his army presence to this side now. Look at the eco here of the players as well. They're floating just so much resources. Red is struggling for food actually, but he still could spam heavy scorpions and into the next century, which is exactly what he's doing as well. So they're pushing this side. I'd love to see some siege rams or more kind of siege to take out buildings on this side as well, but they will be crippling the Ghost player now. The infantry just won't work against 25 heavy scorpions like this. And Red might just be able to push this on his own at the moment. Meanwhile, on the right hand side, Step Lancers need to be fought back here, but as long as Purple has ranged units alive, it should be decent. Elite Kipchaks stack on top of each other as well. Will be needing more Elite Kipchaks here to deal with all these Step Lancers, but could also just flee back to the castles, and he's fine because castles have archer fire as well that would kill off Kipchaks here. So nice push from Red on the left hand side here though. They have the score lead by far. That could be a lot due to the kill deaths here as well, but both players have untouched trade routes, so it will come down to the trade this game. You need to raid the opponent's trade, deny their trade, and then they're denied of gold, and you should be quite fine. It comes down to gold, and Red is floating ridiculous amounts of gold at the moment. Let's look at his teammates. Yellow, I'd say, struggling a little bit for gold, but he's also getting the technologies to sling, or maybe to trade more efficiently in the market. Let's look at the market prices actually. Players have been using the market. Probably the Saracens player is food, no wood, has been sold a lot. You are down to 17 for wood here. Structures are being taken down slowly but efficiently here by the Scorpions and help push on the Slavs player here, accompanied by some elite conquistadors and hand cannoniers of Yellow. Yellow now still with almost 100 military, and their army numbers for Zoom and Boom here is dominating the game, and 5-shot calls the game after a good game on Hideout here. But I realize there's no way back. They've lost one player in proxies here. Is Reboom, but not entirely back into it. So once Proxys loses his army here, then he doesn't have anything more to offer, and the GG is called. So let's have a look at the stats here. Yellow, arguably MVP here. Great pocket play by always seeing where he's needed in the fights, going to both sides to help out. And same could be said about Team Pocket. He was going from this side to the other, judging where he was mostly needed in fights. But in the end, it's Zoom and Boom, is it taking the win here? Or yeah, it is. Looking at KDs, 573 kills and 294 deaths for Kirby here. Great playing, great unit control to have that kind of statistics for him. Decent Boom as well, with 119 villagers against Saracen's Place 123. And we'll show you the eco stats as well, that collected the most food, and also sent some tribute to help his teammate out. Looking at the uptimes here as well, most notably maybe Red's uptime here, going to the gas station at 32.51. He was subject to man-at-arms towers early on and struggled to get back into it. Now had the resources to get up to gas station, but was missing the building still, and his gas station was just more and more delayed. But as he got to the imp, he was able to help out, getting helps and heavy scorpions on the field, and suddenly the game turns around since he is able to counter Goth's infantry very nicely. So I think we're going to have another one here from the same two teams actually. And we're going to a hideout game. So moving on to a hideout game between the same two teams we just had is 5-Shot, Zoom and Boom from Division 4. This will be the last cast of the day for me, I think, but let's get through this game on hideout between these teams. So, should be said about the League of Empires, you're only allowed to use each civ 3 times. So we might be seeing some picks out of the ordinary for these games. Looks like we have a Korean pocket for fighting bones here. And he's with the Malay flank on the right, and on the left hand side we have Crispianus playing as the Magyars. And the chat there, do you want to pick Magyar? That's a kind of community inside joke from T90's stream where he was casting a player who he called the Liar, who was consistently playing Malay on Hideout, doing the Elephant Rush, 20 elephants in 20 minutes, and but wrote in chat that I wanted to play Magyar, and we tried to play mind games, making the opponent believe that you were going for some other civ and don't really know the civ you're actually playing. So we could be seeing some fast castle elephant shenanigans from Curly here, that just remains to be seen here. But let's have a look on the other team. It's a flank, right hand flank. Not usually seen on flank with Indians here for the Tortilla Monster. Indians have fantastic camels, so it's unfortunate for them that they are not on the other side here up against Magyars. But the Imperial Camels will come in handy anyway, just to kill off buildings and whatnot. Pocket player for 5-Shot here is the Aztecs. Aztecs, solid civ overall. They have an eco bonus with collecting more each resources per turn. Just look at, yeah, we can't see it, but collecting more resources from the very beginning of the game. And they also get plus 33% gold per relic, so the Aztecs player should for sure be hunting the relics around the map here. Looks like there's at least 6 relics here. And finally, on the other flank for 5-Shot is the Vietnamese. They are an archer civ, they have an archer unique unit in the Rattan Archer, but overall they are a really strong archer civ because their eco upgrades don't cost wood, they only cost food, so they're easier to get to, and their archers have more HP, so they can win against other archer civs easily in equal numbers. Now let's fast forward a bit and see what the updates will be like. I will be focusing mainly on the Malay for this one, considering that we might see elephants playing out on the flank for this one. Both these teams seem to be liking the closed or semi-closed maps though, as we have seen Oasis for one game and now seeing Hideout for this one. Looks like it's going to be the Magyars player reaching the next age first here. Is actually going up at 20 pops, so that suggests actually men-at-arms towers on the left-hand flank here with Magyars. Or maybe even scouts, but why would you play scouts on Hideout? You can't really get in and do any damage. But let's give him the benefit of the doubt and see what he does here. Meanwhile, Kirby with the Malay is staying in the field age for longer, 24 villagers for now. Crispiano is going to gold. Not dropping any buildings to click up here, so I wonder what his up to here. Could it be mind games going up early, gonna be the first to village just to make people think you're going for some kind of aggression and then just not doing it? Not going on stone, he's committing to the hunt here. Maybe he thinks he's gonna go up to castle at 23 pop, I don't know. I have so many questions. So let's look at the Malay player. Is going up now at 27 villagers to the next age. He is not in any position whatsoever to click directly to the castle age. He's with 10 on food though, helps out a little bit, but only 3 on berries. 4 on gold. I don't see this going straight to the castle age even with 2 villagers added in the next age here, but let's see. He's even taking loom, so maybe he's buying time here to collect enough food to get to the next stage after all. 9 farms overall. Hasn't collected the hunt at all, that's kind of surprising. That's some free food right there. You could use your scout to push them towards your TC or the mill and you get some bonus food income. Magyars, here's what I was looking for and didn't see early on there. It's indeed going to be scouts from the Magyars player here and a bit of kind of a push attempt here. So it's Magyars on the side there up against Koreans. And yet again I have been mixing up the positions here. It's of course Malay pocket and Korean flanker. Korean with 2 on stone, but not really committing to any towers forward here. As the Magyar scouts are on the field and more scouts are being brought in to try and fend off here. One builder looks like it might go down for fighting bones here now. He is without loom after all. It's dangerous to send unloomed builders out, so he wanted to wall off the side here. It's partly succeeded with that. I don't understand the scouts play on hideout though. You have 5 Magyar scouts on the field now. Maybe if they attack the palisade gate they could be able to break through with their free forging, but alright, so we have players going up to the castle age here. The Tortilla monster, the Indians player, is going up to the next age. So the Indian flank will be going up, maybe going straight for the camels, who knows. But Crispianus' scouts were able to break through here into Fighting Bone's base, who has committed of course to spears here, even a defensive tower, because why not? But with the 4 spearmen on the field it's going to be tough to do anything for Crispianus' remaining scouts, as the gap in the wall has been plugged as well. Just needs to make the best of it here. Looking at the resource count, it's DK Dev is lowest of all here. It looks like he wants to commit to feudal age scouts as well, like Eagle Scouts Rush. So interesting, double barracks Eagle Scout Rush against an Indians player who is already Castle Age. But the Malay player is up to no good here now. Is going to drop a forward stable up here. That should mean elephants, because Knights of Malay aren't really going to do anything. But look at DK Dev with the Eagle Scouts here paying off. After all, they will pick down this villager that will not be able to drop a sneak stable up in the north here. Spearman still chasing for Fighting Bones here, who is committed to the feudal age still, so I guess the forward hurt him after all. Not really not losing too many villagers, maybe not losing any to the Scouts Rush, but has him committed to Spearman, maybe a bit of over committing here. Eagle Scouts now forward for DK Dev, but he's still in the feudal age. Eagle Scouts are not that strong, so if the Indians player gets some camels out, he should be fine as long as the camels get the appropriate upgrades. Magyar Scouts are helping out here though. They have the +1, they are forging. The Eagle Scouts have the +1 as well, so they might very well break through this gate, but this one hero villager woman here is keeping this gate up against all odds against this mass of units here. Koreans players with 3 barracks in the stable here now. I'm not too sure what his play is here. He's even walled his woodline back here with some houses, making use of the backspace here. I think DK Dev is desperate for some ranged option here. Maybe just drop a tower or something to make sure that quick walls can't happen behind it, but he is causing Idle time here on the Indians player, and some longswords here are ready to charge against the Eagle Scouts as DK Dev is committing completely to the feudal age play here. So let's look at DK. There is floating lots of gold, not so much food, so it's not going to be seen in Castellation in a while yet. And Crispianus, missing just a little bit of food now, could convert some of the wood into farms and he's fine to move on to the next stage. Looking at the pocket here, Vietnamese pocket, bringing forward quite a few villagers here. What's that going to be? There are lumberjacks for now, but I'm assuming they want to drop a castle somewhere. Meanwhile, crossbows and elephants for the Malay player on the other side. Red is doing a great job quick walling and keeping the aggression out here. The Eagle Scouts are kind of attacking the wrong area here, because if they break through here, they have to break through the house as well, and it's not really going to do anything for them. Here come forward villagers from green, protected by Eagle Scouts of blue, who is now finally going up to the next stage. Leaving only the Crispianus to go to the next stage, who is still committing to feudal. $990 stone for the Vietnamese player is definitely going to drop before the castle here. So if they can't get through now, they never will. But seems a bit reluctant on where to drop the castle here, and Crispianus' scouts are also here to protect. So a little bit of presence for all players here to make sure this castle goes up. And looks like Crispianus has attempted to wall off on this side, but not succeeded, since Fighting Bones has some army presence on this side. The army numbers are in favor of Zoom and Boom here, but they are being castle dropped as well on the north side. The castle will go up. The longswords are not here in time to stop this, I think. And Eagles out fighting valiantly here, but I think the wiser move from DK Devil here would be to pull most of them away and wait for the Eagle Warrior upgrade, because now it's left with nearly no army. It's down to 5 military, and that's going to make the Eagle Warrior upgrade much less valuable. Fighting Bones now dropping a castle on the hill here. Doesn't want any wall off to happen here from the Magyars player, so it's going to be a slow forward aggression from the Koreans player on this side. He could drop towers as well if he has the stone for it. Let's look at his count. But look at the elephants now coming from Kirby here. Going straight for the castle, are they? Yeah, looks like the elephants are going to try and take out the castle here. The castle doesn't have murder holes, obviously, yet. The crossbows here will die to castle fire, so they are in a bit of a waste here. But the current army of the Vietnamese won't really be able to do enough here. Is the castle being repaired? I don't think so, but it's going down very slowly. I think this elephant may be missing something here, but hunts down the Rattan archers here, and murder holes is in, so the elephants will die to castle fire. There's a lot of elephants wasted, lots of food and gold going down the drain here for Kirby, who should maybe have considered moving further forward, just go straight for the Aztec player instead. Or try to break down into the palisade gate here and just run straight into the base and raid with his elephants, because there isn't any monastery or stable to produce camels here to deny that. War wagons now from the Koreans player on the right hand flank here. Going straight for the production. This is going to take them forever because they deal range damage after all. But monks are being added on the field as well to deal with any knights that might come out here. Crispianus, however, is committing to the men-at-arms, the swordsman line here with Magius for now. He does get the free attack, but they should be very weak to Warbag and Fire here, so that shouldn't be much of a threat. So Monk could even get a conversion in here. He isn't really pulling back though. The Monk goes down for nothing, but the Warbagons will in return get some hits in on the men-at-arms, the long swordsmen that are splitting up here. Some micro-nerding from Crispianus here to take fewer shots from the 4 Warbagons. I still think the Warbagons would win this fight. 5 shots still on the offensive, but they are with the top score here now. They have more army on the field as well. So this forward castle is doing work. Tortilla Monster is forced to stonewall behind here now to prevent any further aggression from this castle side, but siege has been added. There's a Mangonel on the field. And he's also stealing the stone of Tortilla Monster here. So Fighting Bones getting the his army numbers up here now, and meanwhile Magyar's player is extending his boom with another TC and a new university, maybe for upgrade purposes for the skirms here. Skirms should do okay against warbags, I guess, but once they're massed, it's tougher to handle for sure. Significant amount of Rattan archers in the north here now, though, for the green player. Camels, Imperial Camels, will be weak to archer fire, so that is good for the Vietnamese player to have presence here. Again, the pocket player from teams are using their presence on the sides, helping out where it's needed. But meanwhile, Koreans' numbers are increasing here, and Crispion is not under attack, probably doesn't stress it too much just yet. Could opt for a defensive castle on this side to be a bit more safe as the time goes, but let's have a look at this. Eco is harvesting a little bit of stone, so he should be able to afford a castle. As another forward castle is being dropped by the Proxys on the green team here now. Proxys having a better game now than he had on Oasis, I would say. He is now on the forward much more than being forward himself, and they're going to have a hard time getting to his base given the current situation. Still, Kirby is going for the elephants here. They can actually tank some arrow fire, so if you have a mass of elephants and can get close enough to the archers, you could take some favorable fights. But DK Dev, the Essex player, has brought in some pikemen here now, although missing lots of upgrades. His huge mass of pikemen, more than enough to deal with these 4 elephants, of course. And this castle here for the Indians players certainly going to put a stopper to the further aggression from siege and melee archer units on this side. So although this TC will likely go down and be kind of useless, it leaves him room to expand to this side and maybe get some action in. Currently, the pocket is also helping out on the side here now, dropping a castle for what I guess is mainly defensive purposes. As another castle goes up for the Vietnamese player. Will he be reaching Imperial Age soon? He could. He is getting there gold-wise, so he could be clicking for the Imp, and being an Imp with 3 castles forward would leave them in a great position to push with the traps on the Indians player here, taking out the most mobile and arguably the strongest of these 3 civs in this. Of course, also allows for even more Rattan archers here. The archer army masses of 5 shot are pretty significant here now. It's 75 for G15 against 17 for M31 here. So Fighting Bones will be going for a push on this side, might force some reaction from the pocket and even a flank if he does so, but currently this is where the action is going down, and this is where the damage will be extremely hurtful. Currently with you're just on booms here now though. He is with at least 4 PCs here. He's preparing the trade as well, something that 5-shot haven't done just yet. 5-shot in the commanding position though, they are actually... I think they're killing more units than they're losing, but they're the civ that pushing hardest at the moment, and as Imperial Age is kicking in for proxies, they should be in a very good spot to push down and kill Tortilla Monster for good here. So Fighting Bones meanwhile is leaving Crispianus with time to boom and get his eco and villager counts up here now. Is also providing some military here, but is committing mainly to longswords and skirms here. Skirms may be the idea against war wagons here, but none of them really with a threatening forward at this point, although the war wagon numbers are increasing here. Currently is the first in Imperial, is Malay after all, so that's his prerogative there. Is queuing Trebs, so he will challenge the Trebs war, but he's up against 3 castles, so if Proxys is able to produce Trebs from all the castles, he's only missing a little bit of gold, and Proxys is in a nice position to take the Treb fight still. I'm seriously missing some army activity here now, though. It's 90 population for Fighting Bones here. Yes, war wagons is ready to charge, been ready for a while, but here comes the defensive castle, so if he's not paying attention here, he will have to deal with the castle before he can push at all down this side. He won't be seeing this castle going up, and suddenly Crispianus has very much control over this side once that castle goes up. Proxys taking trap fire on the castle here now, is not tasking in the villagers to repair for the moment. Its Indian cannons are on the field now. The Tortilla Monster's eco hasn't been hit too hard after all. He placed the defensive castle here. It's kind of open now with the need to deal with this castle to be able to get in and raid. And so Rattan Archers will be going under the castle, you know, actually sniping a Treb. Now he needs to pull back. No need to use Rattan Archers needlessly here. Don't sit under Tower Castle Fire and fight, even if you have Rattan Archers with some extra HP. He's actually trying to take out the castle with Rattan Archers here. I feel like that's a mistake. Just pull back, just get some traps on the field, use these 2 traps to deal with that castle or this castle, and just get the raids in. 1 castle will actually be lost here for Proxys. He could have easily repaired that with his 4 villagers, but chooses not to. Let's have a look at the stone counts. Can he drop another one? He can't drop another one. He's not mining stone, so he will need stone sling in order to do anything here. Aztec is bringing in crossbows and more pikes here now, so it's probably around 100 army here now total for blue and green, if not more. It looks like actually 140 total here. Castle will go down, Rattan Archers will run in, snipe the Trebs, snipe villagers. Don't try to break the walls, just run in here. That's it, that's what they're going for. And this would be the perfect time for an Aztec player to maybe go for some Eagle Warriors, or even Elite Eagle Warriors when he gets to the Imperial Age, which he will soon enough. Let's have a look at his eco as well. He's set up nicely for the potential. We did see his pop cap though at 150. Really needs to base houses or castles or whatnot. This castle will come here, that will provide him with some pop space, but now here come the raids in here and will be killing off villagers like stepping on ants here. You want to trade this up, also being secured with palisade walls here for zoom and boom here. But how do you deal with these Rattan Archers in your home base here? You don't really fend them off. You have to flee towards your castle, need to relocate. Something the Indian player has already done is to take in the neutral gold here and has a TC on this wood line. Right hand side seems safe with Fighting Bones still not under attack here, but he's not attacking himself either. He's still in the castle age. What's his eco setup like? He could click Imperial soon. It should be about time by now. Meanwhile, Tortilla Monster's base is being obliterated here, but he has some serious production here, going for elite skirmishers. I guess that's the right call against Rattan Archers and crossbows here, that hopefully will be arbalesters soon for DK Dev. But currently being valet is now in a position to spam long swordsman. He's probably gotten the unique tech already, the forced levy that allows you to produce two-handed swordsman basically non-stop, costing only food. He's not spending gold at all now. He's transition completely into long and two-handed swordsman. And that could actually work against Archmasters in the end, because in the spam there's never stop. So if you have enough barracks, maybe some skirm support, you could push back this army. Although not ideal, it is an option. On the south side, still massing up the death ball here for fighting bones. Same to be said about Crispianus committing to longswords and elite skirms here. Village counts seem pretty similar here. And Kirby is getting pop capped with his army mass here. With 60, 70 army here and 130 villagers, so no more room for army for him, but his castle goes down. And there are 55 Rattan archers to deal with here, as DK Dev is dropping the castle of his own as well and getting Harvester Bracer and significant upgrades for his crossbows here. Two-handed swordsman will also negate eagles to some extent, so if the Essex player goes for mass eagles now, mass two-handed swordsman could work as a counter for that. But looks like we will be having a fight here between green and yellow soon enough. Just slowly pushing here with the Rattan archers, not producing too much more here. He did lose two castles. I thought they only lost one. Anyway, still has one castle to produce from here. Foxes is also still floating lots of resources here, and Rattan archers are produced pretty darn fast here. Rattan archers running away, but sniping. No need to micro here. You should just patrol, then you would get many more kills here. Goes back towards the trap, but I think the 200 swordsman should be able to deal with the trap nicely here. But with the Harvest and two elite Rattan archers here, it's 200 swordsman enough here. Some traps went down, of course, but taking the strong point here, just stay there, Proxies. No need to run away. Just stay in the choke point and just let them fire and get the kills in. But 200 swordsmen running into castle fire. I don't think Kirby will worry too much. He's still just producing out of 8 barracks consistently here, so he's only losing food for the 200 swordsmen going down here, massing up another huge army here now. Maybe going to outlive the opponent here. Finally, there's an engagement on the other side now. 200 swordsmen from the Maggoth player. Elite skirms trying to pick off here as well, but the castle goes down, so maybe Crispianus will be in a position to push nicely on his right hand flank here now. Rattan archers going slowly but steadily down here now, with only one castle to produce from. Maybe Proxies will need to think about the tech switch here. Another bowl of 200 swordsmen coming in here and more barracks being added. This spam is just never going to stop as long as Kirby has farms to sustain it. But on the other hand, it's being chopped inwards here now. If you have Seed Onager, you could cut through trees as well. Even Onager can cut through trees, so you could cut over to the other side and try to get some raids in that way. That could be a useful play against the yellow here, actually, to stop his food income. And Sling has begun. Tortilla Monster receives 2000 wood to probably extend his farm eco and get back into the game. Booming wise here now, he is with 119 pop only, so he's behind everyone else in that regard. But Proxies is committing to the Rattan Archers play, and he really needs more castles to produce and replenish them more quickly. Looking at the resources here, is just so much gold for all players here as well, so there's not really any excuse not to make units. I think the Vietnamese player could maybe drop some archery ranges and go for arbalesters or something to reinforce the current army has. They should also need something against the elite skirms here, so light cav could be considered on the field. Maybe even elephants. Vietnamese get elephants as well. Nice job taking the choke point once again here. That leaves the Malay player in need to pull back here, but now they're up against lots of elite skirms here now. That's not a good sign. Actually, no trade for 5-shot here. They're dropping markets now, at least in down corners, so they must be considering it. But that's a pretty late trade compared to the opponents who have been trading for a long time and not been challenged in the trade department. Some KD is going up here now. Proxys is of course getting in lots of kills and few deaths, 69 deaths, so his Rat Archers are working out. We will be losing them to skirms now. We will be losing a lot here to elite skirms, and if some traps come on the field like they do now from Tortilla Monster, this castle will go down and there will be no more Rat Archers for Proxys, who is now switching into stables. Right hand side, it's Crispianus extending his forward, going to drop a forward castle on the Fighting Bones here. Fighting Bones dropping lots of stables here with Koreans who have very weak cavalry overall. The Cavaliers, I'm pretty sure they're missing some core upgrades, and but they, if you can get them close enough to the tribes, of course they can deal with it. But looking at pure army mass here, 60 army for Crispianus and only 8 for Fighting Bones, so he's in a pickle here if he doesn't get any help from his pocket or pocket here, yeah. Scorpions, however, is a nice addition. Even being Catholic Scorpions, they can get shoot through infantry and damage multiple infantry at once, but Castle goes up here for Crispianus. He has 3 traps firing away. He will be taking out production capabilities as well. These are probably more stables than Fighting Bones can afford to produce from, because he's running low on, especially on gold here, but on food as well. Get some gold sling, I guess. That's going to reinforce or help the Cavalier production. Could mean that Crispianus will need to get some helps into the mix here, not only just champions. But he continues his push here with 3 traps, also has some relics up for grabs here. Meanwhile, Tortilla Monster is pushing back on this side with help from Malay 200 swordsmen here, being chased by Arbalesters from the Aztecs player here. And also another cast going up for Proxys here, some creative stone walling here to keep the aggression out. That's actually a nice walling in the crisis circumstances here to get some territory for yourself, but also be completely walled this way. 3 traps firing away. It looks like a university going up for Fighting Bones here. What's that going to do? It's going to maybe also get masonry for the buildings or something. Dropping some siege, okay, so wants to get siege engineers then for the siege onagers or whatever is going to go on the field for Fighting Bones. Looking at the population, Fighting Bones is villagers 100. He actually almost has the villager lead, but he's with idols and with very low military count. But the overall military count for his team is way higher than Crispianus, Proxys, and DK Dev here. DK Dev seems to have lost all of his military. I guess the 200 swordsmen were able to get close, and here come the skirms and rams and swordsmen here on this side. It's going to be tough to stop, although Proxys has taken into elite battle elephant now, but they're missing everything here, so they are actually kind of weak, and there's only 2 stables to produce from, so I guess the idea is good, but you need more production capabilities, and you have the resources to spam anything at this point, so just get more production up with your wood count and make the best of it. Crispianus still committing to the mainly to the infantry play here. Is got some elite skirms and some champions, but then hussars raiding away as well. Malay play with Karambit warriors now. They only have 7+4 attack though, so they shouldn't be any problem for the champions to handle, even with their speed, but they are of course easy to mass with the number of castles. Tortilla Monster is almost pop cap, so he's completely back in the game now. He's helping out with elite skirms, pushing together with some camels. He's only with Castle Age Camel Riders though, and not doing too great with the upgrades. This castle will go down, so will the walls, and then they're free to keep pushing on this side, but they're also desperate to help on the other flank here for Fighting Bones to fend off the aggression from Crispianus here, who is yeah, in a great spot eco-wise. You could drop castles forever here with this current storm count, but this is the push that needs to be dealt with. Hand cannoneers for Indians here, they have a bonus team for Indians with the unique tech, getting them 1 extra range as well, I think. So if the Indians guy has thought of that, they are even stronger than usual. Cannoneers would deal with illegals if they ever come on the field, and there are some barracks here for DK Dev, so that could be in his mind. And Halbs, of course, are killed easily with hand cannoneers. Yellow is not providing army on the top side here now. From they of course has some two-handed swordsmen still. They could take out the production here. There's not an insignificant number of elite skirms here. Hand cannoneers, siege, take out buildings. The production will go down quickly here with this kind of numbers from the two-handed swordsmen. But they need to keep the arms together. These only cost food, sure, but we need to replenish them anyway, and we need to have the skirms close for two-handed swordsmen to work as a meat shield for the skirms to fire from behind here. Karambit warriors being brought into the mix by Kirby on the south side here. Looks like they're about to fight back Teal on this side as well. So great teamwork by Zoom and Boom here to maybe be able to push back on both sides here and get back into the game. Some elephants, elite elephants are out. If they get close enough to the hand cannoneers and skirms here, of course they clean up this, but now there are camels on the field as well. Let's see, heavy camel in the research for the Indians player, and if his eco setup is okay for even spamming getting to Imperial Camel, then that's going to mean trouble for the other team, because Imperial Camels will have even more attack against buildings. They have a bonus with Indians and they are strong overall. So heavy camel is kicking in, but for now they are losing to the elite battle elephants now with the appropriate upgrades. Hand cannoneers firing from behind and siege being brought forward. The siege will tank arrow fire, of course. South side, Caramel warriors are being fought off again, but the champions are taking hits here from cavaliers and Caramel warriors and whatnot. It's a huge mass of Caramel warriors actually for Kirby here, but they need to deal with the castle before the Caramel warriors can be really efficient here. Dropping some castles, so there might be some traps on the field down here as well. No player pop capped on one. Tortilla Monster is actually the one closest to being pop capped here, so he's really providing his support here with close to 100 military, and Kirby also with almost 100, but being melee, the Karambit warriors only take half the pop space. So these numbers are deceiving. Looks like he's going to be pop capped, but actually he has 30 more to go. Elite Battle Elephant spam for proxies though, maybe that will work out for them once the trade kicks in, but they're not really trading very efficiently at the moment. There's only one market down south, so that's just going to take them a long while for that to kick in, and Proxys is running out of gold here. He is actually only producing trade cards for now. Meanwhile, Tortilla Monster is closing in on being pop capped. There's fighting down here has come to a halt as well. Crispianus has of course taken into halberdiers to deal with the Korean cavaliers here, but then there are war wagons and Maganons in the mix as well, even some two-handed swordsmen from the melee players, so it's going to be easier said than done for Crispianus to push this side on his own here. No fighting whatsoever right now though. Imperial, no, heavy cannon rider for the Indians player. Let's see if he is not prioritizing Imperial Camel. Surprisingly enough, he is not in a position to do so either. He's missing a lot of resources actually. He's only got 3 on gold, so he needs this trade to kick in before he can make Imperial Camels here. But still a significant army number here. But he will be up against a lot of elite battle elephants. I think these need to be Imperial Camels before he can really engage here. It's 34 elite battle elephants against 22 heavy camels. I don't think the camels will win this fight. Even with all this fire and behind, they will kill the camels having low beards armor here. Yeah, this is a real bad fight for Tortilla Monster. He will be losing all of his camels before he can even get to Imperial Camel, and he's struggling for resources right now. Orange and the other one are pushing the south side here. Need to push back this castle, of course, but there is a trap on the field here ready to do just that. 200 swordsmen and ceramic warriors, that's 124 army mass for Kirby. But meanwhile, they will be pushed back by elite battle elephants on this side by proxies, so this could be going on for a while here. Still only one market in the south for Crispianus here, so that's going to make at least his own trade really slow, but also arguably could make the trade route as a whole less efficient. DK is struggling the most score-wise here now. He has more deaths than kills, and he's committing to his Arbalesters here, taking out the pikes here. So Arbalesters are elite battle elephants. They should be doing okay. The Arbalesters can snipe most, if not all, of the counters against elite battle elephants. So if they stick together here, they could be doing nicer. But they need to focus on taking out production and gaining ground on this side, because their teammate is slowly losing this side. War wagons picking off huge numbers here. Let's look a little bit at the eco tab here. At the gold count for looks actually worst for Zoom and Boom here, but they do have the trade going for them, so that shouldn't be an issue. They're probably producing more. That's what's costing the resources here. Trebs, 4 Trebs now being brought forward on the defensive castle for fighting bones. They are definitely going to gain ground here now, going to take out Crispianus for sure here now. Karambits and 200 swordsmen and Trebs and war wagons in the mix here. That's a lot of army to handle down south here with these guys. Look at the military count here as well. It's probably almost 100 more military for Zoom and Boom now at this point. Another forward castle for the Koreans player. Let's have a look at his eco for a moment. He's floating so many resources. He could make basically anything. And he's committing to castles. He could buy more castles with that kind of gold count, so he could keep dropping castles, and Crispianus will lose ground very quickly here unless he gets help from his allies here. Looks like the Imperial Camel is in for the Indians player. Looks like where did the elephants go? There are some dead bodies here. That could be the elephants. No, it's bringing them over the long way around. Slow, long way around to deal with the push going on this side. I think that's just, I think that's a bad call. I think they should keep pushing in the north and try to take out, not allow Tortilla Monster to get back into the game like this now with Imperial Camels, and extending his production and resources here is getting in gold now with 14 and gold, and meanwhile a pretty nasty push from yellow and orange on this side now, dropping barracks forward as well. So who is this? Yeah, Korean's player is dropping barracks, so he probably wants to bring helps to the field to deal with the elephants here. All of the elephants are here. There's 43 elephants, but chasing the infantry, that's not really helping out here. That's a perfect distraction maneuver for Curly to keep the battle elephants away, so that they can continue to push from this side. Kirby is floating ridiculous amounts of resources and now is committing to halberdiers on this side, expecting the battle elephants to come from this side further. But helps, Imperial Camels and skirmishers, and even more helps moving forward here. Looking at the army numbers, still very, very much in favor for Zoom and Boom here. Although 5-shot is putting up a fight. So there's a flare up here. They looks like they're going for a forward here now. They need to deal with the castle, but I think actually even the Imperial Camels could take that engagement. Let's look at them melt this building. Indian Camels have a bonus, team bonus against buildings, so they will melt buildings just like that. They will still be weak to Archer's fire though, so this castle needs to be denied, and they need some siege on the field to deal with forward castles here. Korean helps on the field now, and still committing to the war wagons. Teal looks in a bad spot right now, even though he has the score lead here on their team. So that's mainly the amount of kills, I think, playing in there. In the north, Imperial Governments seem to be dying needlessly here to arms fire. They just need to deal with this castle, bring the skirms together, not allow this castle to go up. Still getting kills though, I guess, if he can replenish, the Indian player can replenish his camels. I think bomber cannons now, that's of course going to help out as well against the castle. It keeps quite a few of the Imperial camels alive here. Just getting the bomber cannons on the field here should assist a lot in getting these castles down, as the castle wall is going up here for DK them and proxies. But what's going on? What's going on down in the south? It's mainly halberdiers and trebs here for fighting bones. That should be enough considering the battle elephants is the most significant army on the field right now, and they are still chasing the 200 swordsmen over here. So while fighting wolves is building up the halberdiers numbers on this side, the elephants are chasing on this side. So won't be any fighting back for Crispianus' base here now. He's losing most of his eco now. Is down to 50 villagers only, so his team is down at least 70 villagers to their opponents here. More barracks being added by Curb as well. Committing to Karambit warriors mostly here for the pop space. Is able to spam units still like forever here with discount. This is like 10,200 swordsmen right there, or 1,000 at least, not 10,000, 1,200 swordsmen, and right now Fighting Bones seems to be able to push everything on his own here, because the battle elephants are still out of position, although they are kind of going back here now, but Zoom and Boom are pushing from both sides, so 5-shot need to pick their poison. Where do they fight? They are trying to keep this side with castles up, and they are extending their army numbers, but they're still behind in numbers overall, and their team player is basically out of the game by now. He's left with only 1 TC and is losing most of his army. I think Fighting Bones may need to bring his Cavaliers back into the game here now. He still has to stay with up, and he needs something against the skirms here. But with this amount of helps, the battle elephants shouldn't be too much of a threat here. And he keeps adding more as well, and they are more or less fully upgraded here. Fighting in a choke point here, I think he's going to get some nice trades here. As the fighting... Look at also his barracks from the Malay player. Wants to go for the 200 swordsman spam here now. Could probably just kill off all his villagers and produce with this kind of eco he has now. So if Curb should get raided somehow, it would actually benefit him for his army. Battle Elephant's doing great work here now, but it's not cost efficient, as more halberdiers could be brought into the field here. But once again, Fighting Bones push is being pushed back here now by the green battle elephants here from the Vietnamese player. That's like probably like 30 or so battle elephants still alive here, and the Hald mass is not nearly enough to deal with it. But meanwhile, Zoom and Boom should be gaining ground up in the north, because now most of the army is in the south, so if they can break through here, kill these castles, it should be a lot tougher for 5-shot to get back into it. They're running low on gold now, even with trade going on for them. It's only proxies producing strong army consistently here. They are committing, but they are, as I said, running low on gold. The other team is just never going to run out of gold. Just look at the gold count of Fighting Wolves. He's been committing to helps for a while, so he is not in any gold lacking position at all. Losing ground on this side though. Korean Onager now could get to siege Onager as well, maybe with his economy. I think he has eco for the siege Onager upgrade, so that could be a play here. And lots of battle elephants, but also lots of halbs. But skirms will also kill the halbs, but you just need the numbers. I should have 54 halbs against, I don't know, 20 or so battle elephants. This seems to be a long game. It's almost 130 minutes, and 5-shot are holding on there. They're even stonewalling off the trade route now, so the trade should be somewhat safe. Palisades probably won't do too much here though. Maybe Teal was running out of stone. Indeed, he was struggling a bit for stone here. And onagers on the field. Is Siege Onager being attacked? It is for our orange friend here, Siege Onager. And Barracks will go up here for Curly. He still has the means to spam 200 swordsmen forever with his current food eco. It's just going to be a pain for the other team to handle that with their archers. Of course, archers will kill 200 swordsmen, but with the endless spam, it's still going to be tough to handle. The Karambit Warriors now taking out production capabilities for Crispianos down here. Siege Onagers should come as well with enough Siege Onagers. Look at this amount of Siege Onagers here. It's like 10 Siege Onagers already for fighting monster. I mean, assuming the upgrade will complete here for him. And he has wood and gold to mass them for much longer as well. The upgrade is at 75%, so it's kicking in. Siege Onager against this archer mass, no problem when you have the numbers. You could soon even take out castles with this amount of Siege Onagers. Looks like the elephant production has come to a halt. Let's look at Green's eco situation like. He's running kind of low on gold. And Karambit Warriors are raiding their trade here, and that could be the death blow for 5-shot here, losing their trade, although the elephants are coming to defend here, sending all the elephants into the train route to deal with raids here. The Karambits just stop. Karambits seem to be the perfect unit to raid trade lines like this, and they're also breaking in on this side. And how do you handle this swarm of ants? You need to prioritize holding the sides as well, but the army numbers are just, it's almost 100 army for Tilla Monster as well, so we're talking almost 300 army total against a total of a little bit over 100 for 5-shot here. Surely they have to call the GG here soon. And it's called. GG, well played to both teams in a long hideout game here. 5-shot were holding on greatly on both their sides and pushing back, but in the end allowed Red to get back into the game, and that's where it just stops for them. Green Vietnamese pocket losing his castles forward was a big blow for him, that his army plan went down the drain that way, and getting into the elite battle elephants worked out for a little while, but it's just lacking too much mobility here. We never saw any eagle raids or anything. Raiding Curly's economy a lot earlier could have done a lot here, so he wouldn't be able to mass the units like he did, but some true melee power play here from Curly as well, that has to be said. Great pocket play. Good pocket play from Proxys as well. The elite battle elephants pulling them back here to help out with the push, but in the end, when the Korean gets to siege onagers, what do you do? So we'll look at the stats here. Should be interesting to see the KD among other things. Lots of castles in this game. KD is 691 to 271 for Proxys here, so that's pretty impressive. Even being on the losing team, that's quite nice. And winning team with a negative KD, but with the most efficient push overall. 78,000 food for Curly. He was with 130 villagers at most, so he had a pretty strong farm eco going for him. Never made any elephants himself, or almost. Didn't make any, wasted a few against Proxys' castle, but mainly committing to 200 swordsmen and Karambit raids play, which really worked out in the end when he was able to raid their opponent's trade line. Field age 1002 for the Magnus player didn't really work out for him. His scouts broke through, but at that point the Koreans' flank that he was up against already had spearmen out, so at best it just delayed the Koreans' cast age time, considering he had to invest into spearmen and maybe over-invested just a little bit. Total castles, there's a total of 27 castles in this game, so that's quite a few, and all players reaching a decent villager high. Proxys with the fewest of all actually, but still he was massing a good amount of military. Largest army, 138 for Curly here. That's the Karambit Warriors, taking only half a buff space that gives him that kind of numbers. So, GG, well played. I'm going to have to call the stream at that. I've been streaming League of Empires for a bit over 4 hours now, but thanks to everyone stopping by for watching. Thanks to Moonfaller for the raid, and